Is the concept of value, of good or evil, an arbitrary human invention, unrelated to, underived from, and unsupported by any facts of reality? Or is it based on a metaphysical fact, on an unalterable condition of man's existence? Does an arbitrary human convention, a mere custom, decree that man must guide his actions by a set of principles? Or is there a fact of reality that demands it? Is ethics the province of whims, of personal emotions, social edicts, and mystic revelations? Or is it the province of reason? Is ethics a subjective luxury or an objective necessity? Unquote from Ayn Rand. That was a passage from the Objectivist Ethics, her seminal article from 1961, first read at the University of Wisconsin for a symposium on ethics. And I thought it might be nice to start out the stream by reading one of her quotes. Welcome to the Dan Norton Show. It is Saturday, June 28th, 2025. And I am back with another live stream. So I welcome people to participate. I invite you all to engage in a conversation about topics that you are interested in. The array of possible topics is quite broad, and you can participate in a couple ways. You can participate in the chats on YouTube, or you can call in. There are call-in instructions that I have pinned in the chats. We had a call last time, and I welcome people to call in at any time. All right, so since the last stream, it's been a few days. I have thought some more about the last stream. There was some discussion with Evolutionary quite a bit. He came in and was asking for a definition of self-interest, and I gave a certain formulation, which he wasn't satisfied with. I don't think, and I was getting kind of annoyed. So I was thinking more about how to um, conduct the discussions in a productive way, and I have some ideas about that, which maybe I'll mention later. But that was one thing I've been thinking about since the last stream. I have also continued my reading of the Bible. I just finished the book of Exodus this morning. So that takes me through I guess they leave off at Mount Sinai. They have just constructed the tabernacle. So the Jews have a movable home for God, which they've built. There's a tent and there's an enclosure made by curtains. And then inside the curtains, there's a courtyard area, and then there's a tent area where the Ten Commandments are held in the Ark of the Covenant. They construct this in the Sinai Peninsula towards the uh, southern edge of it at Mount Sinai, and this is the home of God, I guess you could say. I think that's how they conceive it, and they use this until they construct a temple. Um, Once they move up to Jerusalem, which I guess will happen in a few books later from where I'm at now. They haven't conquered Canaan yet, as they call it. Um, but first, I have to read through Leviticus and Numbers and Deuteronomy, That's the remaining three books of the Pentateuch or the Torah, the first five books of the Hebrew Bible. And then after that is the book of Joshua. And I think it's in that book when the Israelites conquer the Canaanites and maybe other groups are living in what is now Israel. And eventually they established a temple there, Solomon's temple, several centuries later, and that becomes the new home of God. But until that time, they have this movable temple, I guess, as they're wandering around through the wilderness, and this is called the tabernacle. So there are many chapters in the book of Exodus describing the tabernacle, and I just finished reading about those. So that's where I'm up to in my Bible reading. Let's see, any chats yet? All right, I see we got one from Matthew Stroud. Hi, Matthew. First chat of the day. He says Rand's idea of the stolen concept is interesting and applies to how some people would like to use value. Okay. Maybe that was prompted by the passage I read at the beginning of the live stream. Um, so Rand's idea of the stolen concept. So for anyone who doesn't know about the stolen concept, this is a fallacy that Ayn Rand identified. It's the idea of using a concept without regard for the concept's roots. So the very idea that a concept have roots or prior concepts that it depends on is one that many people might not be familiar with, and maybe they have some implicit grasp or recognition of it, but um, maybe not a worked out explicit understanding of it. But many concepts are not what's called first level concepts. So if you think about like the first words a child learns, um, I guess they would just be proper names like mama or dada, right? They just identify particular entities or objects in its environment, and particularly significant ones like its parents. It will learn those soon, maybe the first names, but those aren't concepts yet. So we haven't even got to a concept, let alone a stolen concept. We're just at the level of proper names when we start out. Um, and then later we learn to group together the things that we observe in our environments. So we observe something in common between mama and dada, and maybe our brother or sister if we have siblings, and they seem similar in some way as compared to the family pet, the cat or the dog or the hamster, or if we see animals when we go outside. And we eventually learn to group these similar things together in by using a concept. So the child learns the concept human or human being, or man is used sometimes in a generic sense to refer to just human beings, whether male or female. But we learn this term human, and then we learn concepts for other things in our environments. Like we learn the concept dog to refer to all the dogs that we see, Fido, Lassie, and Rover. Um, and then we can build on these concepts and group them together into higher level concepts. So we can group once we have the concept dog and the concept cat and the concept human, then we can put all those together into the concept animal, as opposed to what? Well, plants, right? I think that would be the thing that animal is contrasted with. So we identify similarities and differences. That's how we form concepts. There, we observe similarities against the background of differences. Things aren't similar just in themselves, they're similar in relation to something else. So, what makes cats and dogs and humans appear similar is that they lie within a certain range of measurements as compared to some other things that exist further out on the range, like plants, right? There's a range of actions or behaviors that all these things engage in. There's growth. That's something in common between plants and animals. There's life, but they go about living in a different way. So you might say they occupy a different range of measurement on the axis of living organisms. The way they grow or the way they live is different. And that axis of measurement provides a sort of stage. And then on the stage, we see different sorts of entities acting in different ways. And we group together things that seem similar to act or live in a similar way as opposed to other things. So animals locomote. I think that was the distinguishing characteristic that Aristotle identified: locomotion and perception. These are distinguishing characteristics of living of animals as opposed to plants, which are also living, but they don't locomote and they don't have perceptual capacities. So we can form these higher level concepts like animal, but uh, you can't get to the higher level concepts unless you first go through lower level concepts or first level concepts. So you couldn't get to the concept animal unless you first had some lower level, first level concepts like dog, cat, bird, human being. But there are ways of sometimes using a concept, a higher level concept, while negating or ignoring or somehow contradicting the observations that went into forming the lower level concepts out of which the higher level concept was formed. And that's what the stolen concept fallacy involves. So, what would be an example of that? Um, well, in the um, objectivist ethics, Ayn Rand gives the example of value being a stolen concept if it's used apart from the context of life. So there are no values apart from the phenomenon of life. Life is what gives rise to values. So if there were no living beings, there would be no values. Things would not be pursuing, acting to gain and or keep things. That's how Ayn Rand characterizes a value in the objectivist ethics. At least in initial characterization, it's that which one acts to gain and or keep. But things only the only things that act to gain and or keep stuff, uh, like food or water or shelter or medicine, are living organisms. So there are no actions to gain and or keep things apart from living organisms. So to speak of value apart from living organisms uh, is to steal the concept of value. That would be a stolen concept. I guess if you thought, for instance, the universe has value in and of itself, um, before any living entities came into being, like before they evolved. So Earth has been around for 4.6 billion years, according to what scientists have figured out, approximately 4.6 billion years. But then it wasn't until later, maybe I don't know how many billions or millions of years later, that life started to evolve. So maybe you got the first life forms 3.5 billion years ago or something. Before there was any life on Earth or anywhere else in the universe, there were no values. So there's no to speak of values in the universe prior to the existence of living beings. Um, like if I don't know how that might be done. Like if you say the universe is good in itself, apart from any living beings that inhabit the universe, that would be to steal the concept good, which is a similar concept to the concept value. There can be nothing that is good or valuable if there are no living beings to value something. Value presupposes an answer to the question of value to whom. So if there's no agent, if there's no living being to value something, there are no values. So it would be a stolen concept to just say the universe itself, apart from any living organisms, is a good thing or is a valuable thing. And there are other examples of stolen concepts, like one that Harry Binswanger has given many times is property is theft. Um, so theft depends on the prior concept of property. If you for theft is the unjust taking of someone's property. So to say, as Proudhon, a French philosopher, I believe, said, all property is theft, something like that, would be to steal the concept of theft. Um, so theft wouldn't have any meaning unless there were such a thing as rightfully owned property in the first place, by reference to which you could evaluate a certain taking of property as being theft. But if all property is theft, then I think the term theft somehow loses meaning. It only is given meaning in contrast to rightful ownership of something. But if something is rightfully owned, then it's not theft. So there's a stolen concept involved in saying all property is theft. Okay, so that was all on Matthew's first comment, and then I see you just came in with another one. Um, I'm curious if there's an example you have in mind of how some people would like to use value that you think is a stolen concept. Because you say Rand's idea of the stolen concept is interesting and applies to how some people would like to use value. Um, so if there are any examples you have in mind there of how some people actually use value in a stolen concept way, in a way that involves stealing a concept, I'd be interested. I tried to give one example of someone saying like the universe in itself, apart from living beings, is a value or is good, but I'd like to come up with a better example because I don't think that's a very commonly recognized thing that someone might say. They might say it or imply it in some way, but I'd like to come up with an example that's rings a bell, so to speak. It's maybe I'll come up with a better example later, or if anyone on the chat has an idea of a good example for stealing the concept value, I'd be interested. Okay, then Matthew says truth and free will are also connected like this. No free will, no truth. Okay. My mind goes in a bit of a different direction, which is not to say this is incorrect, but just when I think of free will and stolen concepts, I think of ought statements or should statements as being stolen concepts because let me hold just a moment. Ought implies can is a slogan that is sometimes used to capture this idea. where it doesn't make any sense to say you ought to do something unless you can do something. Like if I say you ought to flap your arms and fly to the moon, well, that doesn't make any sense unless you can flap your arms and fly to the moon. So ought implies can, and to say like you ought to do something that is impossible, something that you cannot do, maybe that would be a stolen concept. Uh, but also, I think relatedly, the issue that morality implies free will, like to say such and such is moral or immoral, implies that you have the choice about what to do. If you have no, excuse me, if you have no choice, if you have no free will, then I don't think it makes sense to judge someone as moral or immoral for what he's doing. They're like an animal, right? Who lacks choice. I wouldn't say a bear is immoral for attacking a human being or anything else. It's just the bear's nature to do that. Um, so to say the bear is immoral or it should not have done what it did, I think would be to steal the concept should or the concept moral. I think those concepts only apply to human beings who have the faculty of choice. Um, but maybe there is a broader sense of ought or should that does apply to animals who lack free will. Like maybe you could say, um, if an animal is to survive, if the bear is to survive, then it should hunt other animals and somehow get food, or it ought to do that. Um, maybe that's a okay way to speak as long as you recognize it's not a moral ought or a moral should. Um, maybe you could even do this with plants who don't even have consciousness, right? Maybe you could say a plant ought to stretch its roots down to the soil to gather nutrients. It should uh, bend its stems so that it can obtain sunlight because these are good things for it. Maybe that's an okay way to speak as long as you realize there's no choice or morality involved. I was just reading The Objectivist Ethics earlier today, and I was thinking about this because Ayn Rand uh, talks about is and oughts in a context where it seems like they do apply to all living organisms. Maybe I can find the passage uh, and show it on the screen. Let me do a search on oughts. Five results found. Okay. Page 20. Okay, I'll share this. Oh, where did it go? Oh, now it's at I found a different ought. That's it's not the one I wanted though. I'm still getting used to my Kindle edition here. The way uh the way I navigate it is I'm still figuring out exactly. Oh, so there's two. instances of ought on page 20. Oh, I think I see how it works now. Okay, let me share this screen. Okay, now you should be able to see it. So it's this paragraph. She writes, in answer to those philosophers who claim that no relation can be established between ultimate ends or values and the facts of reality, let me stress that the fact that living entities exist and function necessitates the existence of values and of an ultimate value, which for any given living entity is its own life. Thus, the validation of value judgments is to be achieved by reference to the facts of reality. The fact that a living entity is determines what it ought to do. So much for the issue of the relation between is and ought. So in this paragraph, it doesn't look like she's specifically talking about human beings. It's all living organisms. She says, for any given living entity, its ultimate value is its own life. So any given living entity, that could be an animal, that could be a plant, so that could be a human. Yet she's saying this applies to any given living entity. The fact that it is determines what it ought to do. So oughts apply to any given living entity. So there's a sense of ought where ought implies can, and that can means can do otherwise. It doesn't just have to do one thing, but that would be a moral ought, an ought that specifically applies to human beings with the faculty of volition or of choice or of free will. But I guess there's a broader sense of ought which applies to any living entity, and that's the sense that she's using ought here. Even though these might be deterministic beings who can't act other than they do, there's still a sense in which you could say they ought to do such and such, like the plant ought to stretch its roots out to the water, the bear ought to hunt for food. And these are can be evaluated as good by the standard of its own life, what's good for its own life. All right. So let me come back to the chat. Um, so it looks like the last one there is Matthew Stroud's. Um, Thanks for the likes, by the way. I appreciate that. So maybe the connection Matthew had in mind has to do with the contradiction of determinism issue. Like you can't claim something as knowledge unless you freely arrive at the conclusion that it's knowledge. So I guess you can't claim at least conceptual knowledge. Maybe perceptual knowledge is different. If you want to call that knowledge, like an animal can have perceptual knowledge of something. But if we're talking about conceptual knowledge, then that presupposes free will. Um, so maybe you could say a grasp of the truth presupposes free will. If we're talking about a conceptual level identification of something. Um, so maybe that's sort of the thing Matthew had in mind when he says no free will, no truth. Um, like no free will, no ability to identify whether something is true as opposed to something you're just determined to believe is true. You can't really tell the difference um, between objective truth and what you might just be biased to think is true. Matthew says, Dan, have you had any free will debates? For me, they seem to boil down to an intrinsic position denying free will. I have had some free will debates. One in particular that I remember was with Aaron Rabinowitz. That's on my channel. That might be the only one I did where the entire debate was on free will. I think it must have come up in other conversations I've had. Oh, another one was with Sean Silsby. I think we talked about free will quite a bit. Um, that was both of these I think were well the one with Sean was maybe in the first year of my channel, so maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Um, but if you search for free will on my channel, you can find these. So you say for you, they seem to boil down to an intrinsic position, denying free will. I'm not sure what you mean by an intrinsic position. There are many people who say there's an illusion of free will, and it's just that, it's just an illusion, but they grant at least it seems like we have some kind of control. But if you know science, you will come to believe that it's just an illusory sense. I think that's what many people will say. But I think someone like Sam Harris and Aaron Rabinowitz, the one who I had this free will debate with, have a more radical position, and they deny that there's even an appearance of free will, which they say is an illusion. They say, it doesn't even seem to me that there is free will. Now, that position strikes me as wrong, very wrong, even more wrong than the position that says, yeah, at least seems like there's free will. I mean, what would give rise to the whole debate or the issue of free will versus determinism in the first place if it didn't at least seem like we had some control over ourselves? Um, Maybe it's like a stolen debate to riff off of the idea of a stolen concept. Or maybe there's a stolen concept involved in saying it doesn't even seem like there's free will. Or like, could you have the idea of determinism if you didn't have the idea of free will to contrast it with? Like, do you need to have both of those ideas simultaneously? Um, could you have the idea of freedom if you didn't contrast it with something non-free? Like human beings' actions are partly automatic. Like there are certain actions that human beings undergo that are not up to our control, like the circulation of blood. We don't control that. That's just an automatic function of our body, right? Our heart does that even when we're asleep, or the breathing, right? We can do that unconsciously. So they're automatic functions of human beings, and they're also reflex actions, like if you tap your knee below the knee with a mallet, it'll make your leg kick out, and you didn't choose to kick your leg out, but it just happened automatically as a reflex. And it's by contrast with these automatic reflexive sorts of actions that we grasp there's a different sort of causation that is involved in the use of our minds. It seems like we can use our minds in a way that's not automatic, in a way that's under our control. It's not just a reflex. We can choose whether to um, exert our effort to focus our minds um, on the facts as opposed to just be driven by emotions. Uh, so I think there's this difference which we can observe between automatic and non-automatic actions, and it's that contrast that allows us to reach the idea of free will or the idea of determinism. Um, so just like we identify similarities and differences to form the concepts I was talking about very early in the stream, like the concepts of dog and cat, as opposed to plants. Um, Likewise, when it comes to different modes of causation, we observe similarities and differences. There are automatic actions and then there are non-automatic actions. And if we didn't observe both, I don't know that we could have the concept of either one of them. It would be like the fish who's swimming in the water and it has no idea of water because it has no contrast with water. It's often said the fish doesn't know it's swimming in water because that's all it observes. But if you take the fish out of water, now all of a sudden there's a contrast by which it can grasp, if it had language or a conceptual faculty. Once it goes back in, it's, oh, now I know what water is. I've been swimming in it my whole life. But I just never saw anything different that brought it into focus what this water thing is that people talk about. Um, Filmmaking has come in the chat, asks who the person in the picture is. Oh, Ayn Rand, he says. Yeah, the person I have in the upper right of my background is Ayn Rand. I think that was a publicity photo that was taken around the time The Fountainhead was published in 1943, which is her first uh, bestseller. It really made her famous. She had published a couple novels before that, but The Fountainhead is really what um, rocketed her to fame. So I think that was taken around 1943. Um, Matthew says, I've had people tell me that the only way to have objectivity is if there is no free will. Yeah, that's the opposite view uh, of Rand's, I think. If objectivity is being able to control your minds in a way that allows you to screen out biases or to make sure you're not just being driven by emotion, free will is what allows you the control to do that. You're not just at the mercy of random associations or emotional pulls, and your ability to control that is what allows you to be objective, which at least part of which means, I think, is what allows you to keep your um, mind engaged with the facts um, and reach true conclusions. If your mind were out of control, if you didn't control it, then you'd be at the mercy of uh, non-objective factors like emotions, which might just lead you to believe certain things which aren't necessarily true. But if you can control your mind, then you have a way to know whether the conclusions you reach are factual or just biased. All right, so thanks for the chats, Matthew, and filmmaking. If anyone else wants to jump in, you're definitely welcome to. Or if anyone else wants to call, you can also do that. The call-in instructions are pinned in the chat. So, what else should I talk about? Is there any things you want me to talk about? I rely on the chat often to give me topics to discuss. I usually don't have a agenda pre-prepared. So what are you all interested in hearing about? Filmmaking, I haven't seen you here before. So I guess you're new. I don't know if you're still here, but if you are here, I wonder how you came across my stream. or what philosophical topic you might be interested in. Do you make films? I'm going to go to your channel. Okay, I don't see any films on your channel. Hmm. One thing I could do is go through the chat from last stream and make some comments about that because I wasn't able to keep up with it during the live stream. So I read over all the chats later and maybe I can reply to some of those if there aren't any new chats. I want to give priority to people who are here in the live chat. But if there's nothing coming in, then I could just go back to the stream from last time and make some more comments on that. Let me also take a look at my notes and see if there's anything I should talk about. Hmm. No, I don't think so. There's things I could talk about here, but maybe it's better if I go to the chat from last time, which actually took longer than usual to show up as a YouTube live chat replay. You know how you can click on that panel below the video to watch the live chat replay? Well, YouTube has to do some processing for that to show up. It after the live stream, it doesn't immediately appear. So typically it's available in under 24 hours. I think usually maybe 12 hours it's available, but for some reason, I don't know what, the live chat replay for the last live stream that I did on Wednesday, I don't think it showed up until today. So this is 3 days later. I don't know why it took so long to process this time, but anyways, it's there now. But in the meantime, if you didn't want to wait for that to show up, I did have it also in the comments. I just copied them all and pasted them into the comments. I typically do that. I think I always do that after a live stream. I'll copy the comments and then just paste them into a comments. So they're available at least there if for some reason they don't show up in the YouTube live chat replay. Okay, I guess I'll go to that last stream and make some comments about the chat. But feel free to keep chatting in today's live stream, the actual live chat box for today, and I'll check back every once in a while and see if there's anything new. And feel free to call in at any time. And if you do call in, please let me know in the chat because then maybe I'll see the call sooner that way. That reminds me, I should also open my Google Voice page. I'm not in the habit of doing that, but I have a separate call screening number, which I don't usually use, but I just want to see if there's anything I missed. Uh, doesn't look like it. Okay. All right, so let me pull up the last stream. This is the one titled New Backgrounds. My words on your Ron book show, self-interest, the role of pain with Wade. And I think I'm going to use the version of the chat that I have pasted in the comments. It might be easier to navigate. I mainly wanted to say some things about the interaction with evolutionary, whose full screen name is Evolutionary Capitalism-Utilitarianism. Okay. Okay, let me share that. Okay, there it is. I think. Did I share the right window? I'm just looking on my phone to see if it's showing the correct window. Okay, I think it is. Yeah, that's the chat from last time. Okay, so um, evolutionary capitalism, utilitarianism, who I'll just call evolutionary for short. He starts out by asking, do you have the objectivist strict definition of self-interest? Is it objective or subjective? And then he says, I'm trying to figure out what is objective about objectivism. I've looked up her concept of value and it's subjective. And then Robert Nacier gives a quote about what objectivity is from Ayn Rand, from the lexicon, the Ayn Rand lexicon. And then I guess I mentioned that I had a previous conversation with Evolutionary. I actually we had a Zoom call 9 or 10 months ago, and it went on for a couple hours, and it's posted on his channel. So I think I made a reference to that prior conversation we had, and then he said, yes, back then, I guess in that prior conversation, you said self-interest is whatever the person wants. Now, I don't believe that. I don't believe I said that. It sounds like or what's being attributed to me is the idea that self-interest is just whim worship, just doing whatever you feel like, whatever the person wants. But if that's what is meant here by um, whatever the person wants, if it just means whim worship, then that's totally contrary to what I believe is good or what Ayn Rand believes is good. And I don't think I would have said something like that. So I think that got me annoyed that he would attribute this view to me. And I actually want some proof. So if you think that I actually said that, I would like you to tell me, evolutionary, if you are hearing this. Maybe you'll hear it later, but I want some evidence that I actually said this. So you can listen to that conversation on your channel. I actually went to myself, I did a search on the transcript of it, for the word whatever. And when I did that, I didn't see any instances of it appear that said what you are attributing to me here. So I don't know if there's something else you had in mind. I remember this came up we had a direct message conversation in Facebook also, and he also said something. He also attributed this kind of view to me there, I think. And there, I also said that I don't think I said that. So the fact that this has been attributed to me at least twice now, I think that got me kind of annoyed. When I don't think I'm not aware of evidence that I said this. So um, there were other things in this conversation that I think got me kind of annoyed too. But I was thinking maybe it would be best to just focus on this one thing rather than spread to a bunch of different topics. I think that often happens. Like there's a technique called gish galloping where someone just tries to overwhelm you with a bunch of different things. Uh, I'm not saying you're trying to do this necessarily, but I just don't want I don't want for something like that to happen. So rather than, I mean, th this chat goes on, you can see all these chats. He was the one participating the most, and there's just so much that could be addressed. But rather than try to address all of these points, I think for this to be a productive conversation, uh, I think it might be best to just focus on this one and really drill down on it. And trying to go back to it. Yeah, here it is. And then if we can resolve that, then we can go on to other issues. But I don't want to get, I want to make sure we're having a good conversation, a productive conversation, and that my view is not being misrepresented. And if we can establish, at least in this one case, that uh, what is the fact of the matter? Like, did I actually say this? And, can you give some evidence from that? Let's resolve this one issue. If we can do that, then we can talk about other issues. I think that might be a good way to proceed. If you want to come back and continue our discussion. Um, Let me take a quick look back at the chat for today to see. I don't see anything else new that's come in. Thanks for the likes. Appreciate that. It'll help me in the algorithm. Thanks for any new subscribers as well. Definitely appreciate that. So another issue that came up in the chat from last time, which I just remembered, is the issue of referring this person to Ayn Rand's. Like at a certain point in the chat or in the live stream, I was recommending that he read the Objectivist Ethics, and I was thinking, why exactly did I do that? Like, was that the best way to react to this person? And why did I react that way? Now, I don't know that I have a final answer to these questions, but I think it might have been as a kind of test that he's sincerely or honestly interested in learning about my viewpoint or Ayn Rand's viewpoint. Because you can just come on here and try to be a troll and just be annoying, be a gadfly. Um, and I don't want to accuse you of that and say you were doing that necessarily, but I was worried maybe that was happening. But if you're really interested in knowing the truth of the matter and understanding my view, I thought maybe it would be good to just read Ayn Rand. Um, so now I don't always recommend that to people who are new to my chat. I do want to engage with people who are new to objectivism. I don't want to say like you can't participate in my chat or call in. if you haven't read Ayn Rand's, I want to welcome new people here, people who have not read Ayn Rand. Um, and like Wade is an example. He's someone who I don't think he's read Ayn Rand, but he's called in a couple times. He called in the last show, and I haven't said like I'm not going to talk to you unless you first read Ayn Rand. Um, but he also wasn't annoying me. He wasn't engaging in the chat that I found kind of irritating. Um, so I was more happy to just engage with him directly as opposed to just like kind of outsource the work to go read someone else. And so I think part of it might have been my frustration with the conversation. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, you can listen to the last stream. I mean, it wasn't a huge deal. Like I didn't scream at him or anything, but I was getting a little irritated. And I guess if I do get irritated with someone, and I think maybe they're not being good faith, I might just say, okay, well, just go read Ayn Rand. I don't want to deal with you because you're just being annoying. It's not that I don't want to deal with people who haven't read Ayn Rand. It's that I don't want to deal with people who um, haven't read Ayn Rand and are being annoying. Um, so, or at least that I was finding annoying. Someone else in the chat, RW, he was saying, I think he was saying he was not annoyed and he was enjoying the conversation actually, or the discussion between me and Evolutionary. And he even asked, maybe I can find his comments. Let me do a search on RW. Oh, there he is. So he comes in at 1:14 p.m. Pacific, and let's go to his next. Oh, he says go to the website Ayn Rand Lexicon and search selfishness. Yeah, that was another resource I was recommending, the Ayn Rand Lexicon. And Evolutionary says no one here knows it by heart. Like we have to just give him the definition of self-interest. I think that's what he was looking for. And I was saying there could be multiple formulations. There's not just like one way you could put it, but I was giving him some resources. I did give him one formulation from the Introduction to the Virtue of Selfishness. Ayn Rand defines, or she gives what she calls the dictionary definition of selfishness there. She says it's concern with one's own interest. And yeah, that's what RW says then. Concern with one's own interests is the dictionary definition Ayn Rand went with. And there's more you could say to flesh that out. Like what does it mean to be concerned with your own interests? Does it mean lying, cheating, stealing, robbing, raping, murdering, pillaging? Well, no, that's the straw man view of selfishness, Ayn Rand argues. She says to actually be concerned with your own interests means to be rational, to be honest, to have integrity, to be productive, to be just. So fleshing out what self-interest is, there's a lot of work to be done there. But to just give the bare bones of it, um, of what self-interest means, it means being concerned with your own interests. But there's a big debate as to what it means, what properly concern with one's own interests looks like. And Ayn Rand has a distinctive view of that, um, which I just elaborated on. So I guess that's partly an answer to this question. He asked, what does that mean? So I just put a little more meat on the bones of what concern with one's own interest looks like, according to Rand. And then he says, that's not rigorous. I guess that's referring to this definition, concern with one's own interest, is not a rigorous definition. So he's making criticism. Earlier, he said it was subjective. Now he's saying it's not rigorous. And these kinds of comments were kind of annoying to me. So I think this is part of what led me to just say, kind of get him off my back and say, go read Ayn Rand. You're being annoying. I didn't put it quite like that, but I think that might have been kind of the feeling I was having that was behind my saying repeatedly, read the Objectivist Ethics. I think if I found him engaging in a way that I thought was less annoying, I might not have pushed him over to the objectivist ethics. I would have been happy to just engage with him more myself, but I was getting kind of annoyed, and partly because of what I was mentioning earlier about him attributing this view to me, that self-interest is doing whatever you want, which I don't think I ever said. I don't think I would say that. I mean, so um, if I think someone might be being bad faith and misrepresenting my view multiple times, as I said, this also came up in the Facebook DMs I had with him, then I might prefer to just tell him to go read some other source rather than deal with him myself. And if he really cares about understanding my view, maybe he can prove that to me. He can show that to me by doing some external reading. And if he really wants to understand the viewpoint, he can go read some other thing and then come back and we can have a discussion. But if he's not really concerned with understanding the view, if he just wants to be annoying, be a troll, then I'm less inclined to want to engage. Uh, I had a couple ideas on other things I could comment on. I was looking for, oh yeah, this is another thing. Does that mean bodily interest or whatever they like? Like, I don't know where either of these come from. Like, I hadn't, I don't think I had ever said anything about self-interest having something specifically to do with the body as opposed to the mind or consciousness. So I don't know where this question is coming from. Here again, we have the formulation whatever they like. Um, and then he's criticizing it as ambiguous. Then, yeah, there was a discussion of lifeboat scenarios. Oh, RW is here. Hello. He says, I didn't see earlier that evolutionary claimed you said value was subjective. I understand why you were annoyed with him now. Yeah, I think that was part of it. Like, if you're going to criticize someone, I mean, there's different ways you could do it. You could say, isn't that subjective? That's a softer way of doing it. Just ask a question as opposed to just asserting that's subjective. That's a more confrontational way to make the criticism is just to assert it. I think maybe a better way to go about it is just to ask a question, because there are very different philosophical frameworks people can have, and um, I think putting it in the form of a question can show sensitivity to that fact that people have different frameworks. And maybe you're using the word subjective in a very different way, in a way that I wouldn't think is relevant. I think that actually comes up later in the chat. So let me go back to the there we go. Maybe we'll come across that. Oh, he said I've read several articles. I guess that was after I had recommended that he read Ayn Rand herself, either in the Lex. And I asked him what articles he had read, but I don't think he ever answered that. He says he watched objectivist videos. I'm used to technical textbooks with clear, concise definitions, implying that Ayn Rand is not clear and not concise, which is a kind of criticism. So that also, I think, contributed to my annoyance. I think she's very clear and concise. That doesn't mean there's going to only be one definition or formulation. Um, here's another thing that was annoying me. He was doing like these rapid fire chat. Look at this: 136, 136, 136, 135. Like, these chats were coming in quick succession. So that kind of made it hard to follow, as opposed to just pausing, collect your thoughts, make a longer, more integrated sort of uh, message instead of just like every few seconds I a new chat pops in and the screen changes and it's hard to keep up with when the chat is going by that quickly. The screen is always jerking forward. Um, so that was another thing I was going to recommend if he comes back, or if you're hearing this later, evolutionary. Um, I would appreciate it if you slowed down in the chat and not do like a rapid fire every few seconds type of new chat. Um, just group your thoughts into longer chats, and then that'll be easier for me to process. Okay, then Robert came in with some more quotes from the lexicon, I think. And then here's evolutionary again saying that value, that definition of value is subjective. At a certain point, I ask him what he means by subjective, and I think he does give a response at some point. So there's another one from RW. Um, oh, so this one I think I misunderstood at first when he says even the rational egoist criticizes Rand for that definition of value. I and when I first saw this, I said, "Wait, I'm a rational egoist. I don't criticize Rand for her definition of value." But I think what he meant by the rational egoist is the podcaster Michael Leibowitz, who goes by the name the rational egoist. And Leibowitz did come up later in the live stream, but I never connected it back to this particular comment and realized that that's what was being referred to here. But I don't know that Michael Leibowitz, who goes by his podcast title is The Rational Egoist. I don't know that he criticizes Rand for her definition of value. I haven't heard that particular podcast, but at least that's what's claimed by Evolutionary. And we talked some about the two definitions of value that Leonard Peikoff discusses in his lecture, The Principle of Two Definitions. I thought maybe that's what was being referred to here. Got some other windows open. Let me close them so I don't get confused. I see some more chats coming in from RW, um, which I'll come back to. Let me just go back to the make a few more comments or see if I have any more comments from the last live stream chat that I wanted to mention. Okay, so some more discussion of lifeboat scenarios. Um, there's Wade coming in saying he wants to call. Robert says, interestingly, this conversation is taking the form of assertions and objections rather than questions and answers. Yeah, I think that captures at least partly the sort of frustration I was having. He was asserting or objecting, like, this is subjective. This is not clear. This is not concise, rather than putting it in the form of a question, like, isn't that subjective? Or you could also put it in first person terms. You could say, like, I'm not clear on this, right? That's a softer way to that's a less confrontational way to put the point. I'm not clear on what you mean by this. Could you please expand? Rather than just saying, this is not clear. This is unclear. Um, so when you're having conversations with people who have different points of view, and I'm here to engage with people who have different points of view, I'm totally that's a big reason I'm here for. Um, not I don't want to just have conversations with people who already agree with me. I don't want to just preach to the choir. Although I am happy to have conversations with people who also agree with me, and we can talk about the finer points of objectivism or uh, all kinds of things. So I'm here to talk to both people who agree with me and people who don't agree with me. But in either case, um, there are more and less productive ways of phrasing things. I guess if you're coming in from a more contrary or adversarial perspective, in order to have a good conversation, you can think about ways of phrasing things that are less confrontational and that will be less likely to arouse annoyance or frustration. And I hope I'm sensitive to that going your way too. Like if I disagree with you, um, I'll consider saying like, I'm not clear on what you mean by that. Um, okay. But yeah, I think Robert is picking up on what I was feeling there. I say that's not defense. I don't know what he's saying is not a defense. I don't know what the pronoun that refers to there, but there's oh, maybe this defend here. It's in your self-interest to defend your life. That's not defense. Why can't you answer? Oh yeah, and he was repeatedly asking for um it's weird, man. Yeah, this is a confrontational way of speaking. I guess I'm putting some sauce on it with the intonation in my voice, which you can't get from just reading the chat. Like maybe he said, "Oh, well, I didn't have in mind anything particularly harsh. I was just saying, why can't you answer? It's weird, man." So, how should I exactly read these things so as to convey the thought? But that's another thing. Like you don't like the kind of flavor or intonation that words typically have. Maybe that's something that's good to consider if you're writing in just text format and you don't have the benefit of being able to use your tone of voice. So people might just assume a typical way of saying certain words, which might not go over very well. Um, and John is suggesting some novels he could read. Why not just answer? There, I'm doing the voice tone again. He's being insistent. Also, I don't know if he's talking to me here. I don't know if he's talking to other chatters. I did give him an answer. If he's talking about like the definition of self-interest, I gave him at least one answer, concern with one's own interest. And if he doesn't like that, okay, we can talk about that. We can flesh it out some more. But there's kind of yeah, that repeated insistence on giving an answer when I think maybe I gave an answer. Um, that was also annoying. And it was too long to fit it all in one comment, so I had to reply to the first comment that I put in and continue the chat. And that there's actually three total comments. Okay. I want to get up to the place where RW came back in. Oh, that yeah. Then he said sorry. Sounds like a deflection. Sorry. That was also annoying. Oh, I guess that was the third comment I made. So this is the third comment. This is the second comment, which I haven't opened yet. I'll open it in a second. And here's the end of the first comment. So let me open the second comment. And he says, just want some guidance. I'm not asking Rand's definition right now. I want all of your understanding of it. Well, My understanding is Rand's understanding. I think I was giving you both my and her understanding. Oh yeah, then Ben Franklin came in. I think I said something briefly in reply to him on that. Oh yeah, here's where I had asked him what he means by subjective, and he says dependent upon a mind. See how easy definition giving a definition is? So that's kind of annoying. He's like sticking a finger in a that's you can imagine him doing like see how easy it is to um that's just an annoying way to speak. Like a condescending kind of way. See, I'm doing it right. You're doing it wrong. Um, it was just kind of obnoxious. So that contributed to my annoyance and wanting to just kind of ship him away and say, go read Ayn Rand. Don't bother me. If you're really serious about understanding my view, just go read something else. If you want to be polite here and not obnoxious, um, then I'm fine chatting with you, even if you're not familiar with Ayn Rand. But if you are going to be obnoxious, then I don't really want to deal with you. And I'll block someone if it gets too bad. You might know that I've blocked many people. I use the block button quite a lot because I want to enjoy my experience here. That's part of self-interest. You want to know more about self-interest? Well, part of it is enjoyments, and I get more enjoyments from engaging with people if it's done in a polite, respectful, civil way. So if it's not if the conversation is not like that, then um, I'm just not going to want to deal with it. And if it gets beyond a certain point, like if it gets to the stage of insults, throwing profanity at me, like some previous chatters have done, then I'll block you. It hasn't crossed that line with evolutionary. He hasn't been so annoying to me that I want to block him, but it has been kind of annoying. So I want to say this in a productive spirit. I mean, so that hopefully future discussions can go better. Um, I would like to be able to engage with people who disagree, but I want it to be a good experience for everyone. So this definition of subject meaning dependent on the mind. Well, if that's what you mean, then in a sense everything is subjective. Every or at least every conclusion about ethics, like whatever your view is, evolutionary capitalism, utilitarianism, you're a utilitarian, right? I guess that's part of your name, at least. So is that view dependent on your mind? You believe it. It's a belief that you have in your mind. So is your view subjective too? Is everyone's view subjective since everyone's view is a view that they hold in their minds? There's some dependence on a mind involved in every viewpoint. So I don't think this is um, the sense of subjective that is relevant when it comes to evaluating ethical viewpoints as being subjective as opposed to objective or intrinsic, to use another term that comes up in the objectivist literature. Um, so I think what is meant by subjective needs to be understood differently. If there's going to be any teeth to this as a criticism, if you mean this as a criticism, then it doesn't seem like a criticism to me to just say some viewpoint is dependent on the mind. Yeah, there's some kind of involvement of the minds involved in any ethical viewpoints, in any viewpoint at all, whether it's about ethics or not. Um, but so that kind of subjective sense of subjective doesn't bother me if you say my viewpoint is subjective. But then it also doesn't seem like a criticism. It seemed like you were raising this as a kind of criticism. If you do mean to raise it as a criticism, then I think the notion of subjective needs to be spelled out differently. Yeah, this is where he says the rational egoist is an objectivist YouTuber. Um, John Wade said Mark Leibowitz, and I corrected that later. I said it was Michael Leibowitz. Maybe he was getting the term Mark from, or the name Mark from Mark Pellegrino, who is a co-host with Michael Leibowitz. They have a podcast. There's one podcast called The Rational Egoist, and then there's a separate podcast called The Capitalist Corner, I think. And that's a co-hosted podcast by Michael Leibowitz and Mark Pellegrino. So maybe John was blending their names together, and that's why he had whoops, that's why he had Mark. I lost it. Where was it? Oh, that's where I after I corrected him, he said Michael, not Mark. You're right. But where was the yeah, okay, that's where I was. Uh if an objectivist misunderstands Rand, how rigorous are her definitions really? Another yeah, kind of annoying comment. I mean, it's fine to raise challenging questions, challenging comments, but the way this was all adding up was I didn't like the way it was going. Um, Economics and game theory have stricter definitions. Okay. I don't know what definitions you have in mind there. I don't know if I would think consider them to be strict, or that what you call strict is necessarily a good thing. You say you're here for a clarification. Okay, that's fine. But I think the way you go about trying to get clarification, if you're not clear, I think um well, I've tried to give some advice about that. So you say you're not trying to misunderstand her. Okay, I'm not going to read through all of these. Okay, then he says egoism is concerned, it is only concerned with one's own life without regard to anyone else's. I think I said at least a little on that. Egoism means you're fundamentally concerned with your own life, but that doesn't mean you don't care about anyone else's life, because other people's lives can matter to you. They can contribute to your own life, like your spouse's life, right? You have regard for them. They're a tremendous value to you. Hopefully, that's the way it should be, right? And if something bad happens to them, that affects you. Uh, so it is appropriate to be concerned with other people's lives, but not apart from your concern for your own life. They fit in the um, they should fit in the context of your life. And it's only because you value yourself that it would make sense to for you to value someone else. It's because your wife is a value or your spouse is a value to you. If you didn't value you yourself, then why would you value your spouse? He says, I'll call in when I have more time. Maybe we could, maybe it'd be better to do more chatting first. Make sure we can do okay in the chat first, and then if we can have some better uh, chats that we both uh, enjoy more, then maybe at that point we can do another call. Okay, let me come back to the. Oh, Audrey's here. Hi, Audrey. It's been a while since I've seen you here. You say definitional strictness is not measured by complexity, but rather by whether the definition subsumes all reference while excluding all non-reference. Oh, that wasn't her first chat either. She says, hey, Dan, what's going on? Live stream's going on. That's what's going on. I'm going over the comments that were or the live stream chat from the last live stream I did a few days ago because there for a while there weren't any new comments coming in today's live stream. So I thought I had some thoughts about the last live stream chat that I wanted to go over. Um, but I do want to come back to today's live stream chats. But let me at least get to go a little further in the last live streams chats to see if rather than just ending in the middle here, I feel like I want to complete it. Um, oh, this is Ben Franklin asking about or making a comment. Ellsworth too, he just isn't believable as a character. I think Ayn Rand said he wasn't, he was, yeah, he wouldn't be, no one could evade that much in life, like be that consciously evil, the way Ellsworth Toohey is. Uh, but in fiction, you could have such a character, at least in fiction. Why does he hate excellence? Maybe it's a threat to his self-esteem because maybe he has a low view of himself and he thinks by tearing others down, he'll feel better about himself because he won't seem so bad in comparison. I think that sort of envy plausibly drives uh, hating the good or hating excellence. It's a way of dealing with some kind of problem in yourself. But if you feel good about yourself, you're self-sufficient, you don't, I guess you'd feel less of a need to tear others down because you'd already feel fine on your own. But um, some discussion of aggression here. Yeah, that's I don't remember if we talked about that last time. Well, I did say that I didn't think he was really pro-capitalism. He has capitalism in his name here, but he says that non-aggression is not part of his view. But I said, well, if you're really for capitalism, then you should be against aggression, if that means the initiation of physical force. That's my understanding. That's a fundamental principle of capitalism. So, yeah, maybe if he comes back, we can talk about some more of these issues. Uh, but I guess I think maybe the first thing I'll want to do, and you can help remind me of this if you're here. I want to get clarification on why he says that on my view, self-interest is doing whatever you want, because I don't think I ever said that. So, like I said, I think maybe I just want to get evidence for that claim before moving on to discussing other issues. Um, it looks like he had to leave around this time, but maybe he came back because he's still chatting. Why? You guys have no understanding of the material? Okay, that's another annoying comment. Maybe you just misunderstand what we're saying, or like why would okay. I remember this is around the time when I was recommending the objectivist ethics. He says, "Where do I start?" And I said, "Read the objectivist ethics." Um, then he says, "Sounds like a deflection. Sorry." I guess that maybe that was in reply to my saying, "Read the objectivist ethics." Maybe he thought that was a deflection instead of like engaging him with him more on my own. I was just referring to him to an article. Maybe that's why he says this. But if you're being annoying, or if I find you annoying, then I might just do that. And it's not like I'm trying to uh I mean, if it's a deflection, maybe it's a justified deflection. Maybe I'm deflecting you away from me because you're being annoying. Um so yeah, I hope if you come back we can have a better conversation. Oh yeah, so here's RW coming in. He says it's not annoying to hear people new to objectivism discuss morality with you. It's enlightening to me. Um, so I think I've laid out more of my reasons today as to why I was being annoyed. And RW said earlier in today's chat that he understood more now why I was annoyed because where was that? Oh yeah, at 201 Pacific, RW says, I didn't see earlier that evolutionary claimed you said value was subjective. I understand why you were annoyed with him now. And I mean, there were various other things, several other things that I've been talking about. It wasn't just that, but yeah, that was part of it. Um, so yeah, it is enlightening. It can be enlightening to hear discussions with people, like between someone who's familiar with objectivism and someone who's totally new to it. Uh, I can love those sorts of discussions, but if it's done in a certain way, and then he says, "But thanks for your time." Okay, sure, I appreciate that. RW says, or he said last time, I enjoy listening to you discuss this with evolutionary capitalism. Is that not what this podcast is for? Is it only for objectivists? No, that is what this podcast is for. No, it's not only for objectivists. I encourage non-objectivists to come. I mean, that's a big part of why I'm doing this. I want to spread Ayn Rand's ideas to people who aren't familiar with it, but I do expect people who are new or wherever you're coming from, I want people to engage with me in a certain kind of way. And hopefully some of what I've said today gives people a better idea if they're not clear on the sorts of ways that I like to engage with people. And but yeah, if you engage that way, I love having discussions with you, um, whether you're new or whether you're a veteran. Anytime someone has a tough question, they just say read Ayn Rand, and they don't even know if it answers my question. No, it's not anytime someone has a tough. It's when you're kind of annoying people, like misrepresenting their view, or saying things that seems to be misrepresentations of their view, or phrasing things in a way like this is not clear, this is not concise. See how easy it is to do this? That's the kind of thing that makes me want to push you away and say just go read a book, right? I welcome tough questions, but you got to engage in a certain way. Um, if you want me to engage, right, rather than just refer you to somewhere else. That's why they cannot quote the answer. Sorry, it's kind of cultish, he says here. Yeah, well, you're kind of annoying, right? I don't think this is. I don't think it's cultish to refer to someone over to a book. It's not like it's the magic text that you have to consult if you want to know the truth. And I'm not going to talk to you. Just go see the cult master. No, it's because you're being kind of annoying, and I wanted to, it's just kind of deflect you away from me because I found it kind of annoying. That's why. Matthew says, I expect that what Dan gets frustrated with is antagonists to Rand's ideas that don't bother to read her ideas. Otherwise, they wouldn't ask the questions they do. Yeah, like if you, I mean, yeah, I just wasn't sure if he was serious or sincere about wanting to learn Rand's ideas. Because I had this conversation with him that's on his channel like 9, 10 months ago. So he's had lots of time to look into my view if he really wants to know it. But has he just come back here after all this time and not taken any time to read those views just so he can say the same sorts of criticisms he said before, in which I think I might have answered, like about self-interest is just doing whatever you want. So I think, maybe he's just being a troll if he's just coming back here after all this time and saying the same sort of thing, rather than spending some time investigating the view on his own. So yeah, I think maybe something like this is maybe part of what contributed to my frustration. I just get right to the contradictions I see with an egoist theory, or what you think is an egoist theory, right? If the way you describe my view is what you think is an egoist theory, then it sounds like it's not my egoist theory. It's not doing whatever you want in a whimsical, like it's not whim worship. Uh, Trying to live for one's own life is myopic. I don't think there's anything more important than living for your own life or your own happiness. What could be more important? Why is anything else more important? I went till like 3 o'clock or like no 2:45 last time, so maybe I should go quicker. I don't want to neglect today's chatters too much. Um, oh, Audrey says, "See you later, alligator." Okay, see ya, Audrey. Sorry I didn't have time to engage with you more. I had some momentum with the discussing the chat from last time, so I wanted to stay on that for a while. But I'm glad you came by, and I'd be happy to see you again sometime. I haven't checked. I haven't checked Zoom in a while. Hopefully no one called in. Yeah, he has this view, evolutionary stable strategy. I looked into that before that call I had with him many months ago. I don't remember much about that. He's advocating utilitarianism here. Oh, we got 8 people watching now. Nice. Nice. At least that's what it says on my end. Thanks for the likes, by the way. Uh, nice. I do like to encourage that from time to time. Okay. And he's saying something is nonsense. I thought he had to go. Didn't he say a while ago in the chat that he was going to come back later or something? He's still going strong here. And he's still doing the rapid fire chat. See, look at this. 211, 211, 212, 212. These short little rapid fire things. That's, yeah, that makes it hard to follow. So is egoism hedonism. Okay. Not sure why you asked that. I mean, I have said in the past, I wonder if Rand's view is compatible with hedonism, if you understand it to mean, if you understand hedonism to be the view that your own happiness or pleasure is the highest good. Because she does say our highest moral purpose is happiness, at least in certain passages, she says something like that. So if hedonism is a view of the ultimate value, and it's something like happiness or pleasure, if you construe pleasure in a broad sense, not just physical sensory pleasure, but also including psychological pleasure and happiness, then maybe you could think of egoism and hedonism as compatible. But Rand explicitly rejects hedonism in her article, The Objectivist Ethics. There, I think she has in mind a view of whim worship, or she has in mind for hedonism, it's a kind of whim worship, as opposed to rationally thinking about your life and what's best for it. So it's certainly incompatible with egoism if that's what you mean by hedonism. Um, but I'm not sure that's the only way hedonism could or should be understood. So I don't know if something like that is behind his question. You're just asking Dan in the chat to give Rand's positions to you that you could easily read for yourself. Um, I mean, even if you are asking for Rand's positions, like I said before, um, I'm okay with people doing that as long as your overall way of participating is productive and respectful. Um, that's okay. I mean, at a certain point, even if I might just say it's probably better if you just read this article by Rand at a certain point. But it's fine if you want to start off at least, even if you've read no Rand at all. And you could go to some other source like the Ayn Rand lexicon, but you want to come here. You want to engage with a live person who can go back. You can go back and forth with and get real time responses from. I see a value in that sort of way of learning, so I don't want to discourage that. Um, but again, as long as it's done in a respectful way, then I'm okay with that. Okay. Yeah. I already said something about these in the last stream. Looks like this is where Matthew was maybe starting to get annoyed. He said, "Is it a test for me given by you? Do you only answer easy questions?" says Evolutionary. And yeah, at a certain point here, Matthew says, "I only interact with genuine people. You're acting like a troll." So Matthew was getting annoyed too, looks like. And then he says more deflection. Yeah, I don't think that's helping things. Um, so it's yeah, if you're acting like a troll, then you're going to get deflected, and people are not going to want to engage with you. Um, just ad hom. I don't know that anyone was ad homing him. Can't answer tough questions. When did someone ad hom you? Did someone insult you? Is calling you a troll? Is that the ad hom? Have we, is there any evidence here that I've given that, um, well, maybe I'll just let that rest here. That conflicts with libertarianism. First of all, we're not libertarians here, or I'm not a libertarian. So that's another thing. Ayn Rand is keen to distinguish herself from libertarians because they're often anti-state, anti-government, but she is pro-government as long as the government is strictly limited to the role of protecting people from the initiation of force. I get called a libertarian a lot, but I like to distance myself from that label because of how many other people who use that label, given the views that they hold. Gotta go. I'd appreciate honest answers. Well, that's what I try to give. So is there an implicit criticism there that you haven't been giving, you haven't been given honest answers? So is there like a implied criticism of that people here are being dishonest? Not mere deflection, right? He wants honest answers, not mere deflection. All right. So that's just, yeah, that's another thing that's um, annoying because I think you can see why some people here would want to deflect. And I don't know, I don't think deflection, if that just means getting rid of something, is necessarily a bad thing. It can be appropriate to deflect. He says, I'll rewatch. I guess, is that the point? I think that's where he actually left. Okay, yeah. So that's the end of the chat from last time. Okay, I'm going to stop this screen share now. Dootsie is back. Hi, Dootsie. Oh, Simon is here. Hi, Simon. He says, keep up the good work, Dan. Hope you're well. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hope you're well too. Dootsie, I saw your, uh, I should refer you to you as a she. I didn't catch that the last live stream you were here. You corrected me at once. I guess I used a male pronoun for you, but you said later you're a she, so I'll take your word for it. I'll try to remember that. You say we libertarians love Ayn Rand, but alas, the love wasn't mutual. Well, what do you mean by libertarian? I mean, if all you mean is that you're against the initiation of force, then I'm on board with that. But I think a lot of libertarians are not in favor of a system that eliminates the initiation of physical force. Like if you're in favor of anarchy, if you're against all government, I think maybe you'll just have gang warfare as a result, and I don't think that's conducive to a society where people are not initiating force against each other. I think you could have much more initiation of force if you don't have a government. It could just be gang warfare. But maybe that's a debate we could have. I did a stream, maybe a couple streams again. Oh, you're against the state, Dootsy says. Okay. Yeah, well, we're very opposed to each other then in terms of our political philosophy because I don't think there should be. I'm not against the state. I think the state is a good thing if it's properly constrained. If it's constrained by like the principle that it should not initiate force against its citizens. But I think it's a way of making law objective as opposed to just having private vigilante justice uh, or gangs battling it out amongst each other according to their own views of justice. Instead, I think if we have some third party to mediate disputes and protect people's rights by protecting them from the initiation of force, I think that's conducive to a more peaceful society in which force is extracted. I wonder if you read Ayn Rand's article on this, the nature of government. I think she discusses the libertarian view, although not under that label. Um, but the idea that there are competing governments, which I think many libertarians hold, that's discussed in her article, The Nature of Government. All right. Glad to see seven people here now, it says, watching. I do want to take a break here for a few minutes, and then I can come back and keep going, and I'll engage more with today's chat as opposed to just engaging with the last stream's chat. So I'm going to take a few minutes break. I'm going to turn off my mic and camera, but I hope some people will stick around at least, and we can talk more after the break. Okay, so thanks for being here. Thanks for the likes, subscribes, and I will be back in a few minutes. Okay. And do feel free. I encourage you to keep chatting or call in if you want while I'm taking a break. Okay, I am back. If you are just joining, welcome. This is the Dan Norton Show, where I promote the philosophy of objectivism, a philosophy of reason, egoism, and capitalism. As they say on my background, at the reason, egoism, and capitalism there. And my new backgrounds, um, I made one slight change. I I moved up the words call info in chat a little bit higher because before it was being overlapped by the Zoom logo. So the words in chat were blocked out. So I had to move it up a little bit so the words were not overlapping. All right, let me come back to today's chat and see what's going on. So see, we got Dutzy, Simon, Matthew. Looks like they're the latest chatters. Audrey said she had to go. Maybe RW had to go. Uh, Let me go back to I guess the last place I was looking in the chat was RW's comments. I was up to 207. I think that was the next one. How do you think clearly about values? For example, value in relationships or connections. Some people seem to value those at different levels, and some people claim that they don't value relationships or connections. They say they value alone time. Is that subjective or objective? Okay. Maybe I can talk some about that. I don't know if RW, are you still here? I guess I'm more likely to answer that now or discuss that if you're still here. Then Audrey, she said, I guess in answer to RW, everything is subjective. Then, that must have been a response to what I was saying about um, the way evolutionary was using the term subjective. Yeah, everything is subjective then, since every thought is processed by a mind. This notion of subjectivity seems to stem from the premise that truth is intrinsic in objects. So objectivity somehow involves revelation of the intrinsic. Context on where I'm coming from, says RW. I've read Opar and disagree with everything in there. Wow, that's a lot to disagree with. I'm not a philosopher, but I enjoy discussing philosophy and political subjects. Discovered Yaron Brook on Dave Rubin back in 2018. That was my first time learning about objectivism. Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems like Yaron got a lot of new viewers when he went on Dave Rubin's show. I remember that was a very fertile audience for him. I think because it was on the left, but it was like the secular left. Well, I guess most of the left is secular, at least in some sense. They're not. They're like pro science. Um, so, anyways, I don't know much about the history of Dave Rubin's audience. I guess he's shifted more to what's called the right these days, and it seems like he's a fan of Trump, which I haven't liked what I've seen from Dave Rubin, at least in many cases. I think he's too much on the Trump train. But back in 2018, maybe things were significantly different. I never followed him too closely, or so. Anyways, that's thanks for that context, RW. Oh, so I think I misread what you said about Opar. You said I've read Opar and agree with everything in there. For some, I think I might have said disagree when I first read that. Sorry if I did that. That's how I understood it at first. I'm not sure why. But anyways, you say you read Opar and agree with everything in there. Okay. Yeah, I guess it would be kind of strange if you disagreed with everything in there, even like the law of identity and existence exists. Um, and Audrey says definitional strictness is not measured by complexity, but rather by whether the definition subsumes all reference while excluding all non-reference. Okay, I read that one before. Egoism is certainly concerned with the well-being of others insofar that those others are values. Oh, RW says he's still here. Okay. I'll let me just continue from where I was reading. Uh, Matthew says to RW, my first contact with Rand was through the Adam Curtis docu-series, all watched over by Machines of Loving Grace. Never heard of that. Then he says he's not a fan and does a semi-hit job. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, sometimes people find out about Ayn Rand from not so good sources. But I'm glad you found out about her some way. That's and decided to look into her for yourself. I think that's really important, especially with controversial figures who can be misrepresented, smeared, strawmanned. Um, all right, and then that's where Audrey says she has to go, and then Simon came in, and Dutzy. I don't know if I'm saying that right. If I recall, you said you're from Belgium, Dutzy. So I don't know how to pronounce your name. You can tell me in the chat if I'm not doing it right. Simon says the libertarian tent is too big. Don't want to be lumped in with a bunch of anarchists. Dutzy says she hasn't read that article, The Nature of Government, but thank you for the info. May read it in the next few days. I think it's free online if you just Google The Nature of Government by Ayn Rand. Matthew asks, Dutzy, did you see the Michael Malice You're on Brooke episode on Lex Friedman? Malice self-describes as an anarchist. And then Dutzy says, not yet. Sounds interesting. I think I saw at least some of that. I don't, but not the whole thing. Lex does long podcasts, like 2 or 3 hours or more, I think sometimes. And he actually participated on Neuron's chat, I believe, at least once. Um, Simon asks, why are you against the states? Uh, Matthew says it's really good. I guess that he's referring to the Lex Friedman podcast with Michael Malice and Yaron Brook. It's really good. Yaron lays out his objectivist position for what a government would be, and Michael and Malice says basically, I could live with that. Then RW says he's still here. I'm doing some work around the house, but I'm still here. Dutsu says the state will always abuse its powers against the citizens, especially if it has the monopoly on violence. Um, why would that happen, though? Why would the state always? Well, what is the state? I mean, only individuals exist in a sense, and the state is, you could think of it as a collection of individuals. So I guess if you're going to say the state will always abuse its powers, what that implies is that some individuals will always abuse their powers against the citizens. But I don't see why that would be. I mean, I think a big part of the purpose of the United States Constitution is to constrain the state so that it does not abuse individual citizens. And that's why there are such things as a Bill of Rights. People have, the right to freedom of speech, for instance. Whether you have a majority viewpoint or a minority viewpoint, you're free to express it. And that's a way of protecting citizens from the government. So if you have the right-minded kind of people who are pro-liberty, like the founding fathers, um, then if people like that set up a government, why would that government abuse its powers against the citizens? Now, they didn't do it perfectly. They still allowed for slavery. Um, and then fortunately that was fixed through the Civil War and then some constitutional amendments, including the 13th Amendment, which abolished slavery. So they got better at it, um, and there are still ways the Constitution could be improved. Right now, it gives Congress the power to tax, for example. I think that should go away, that power. Um, but there was this fundamental idea of liberty, and over time, uh, with the help of Ayn Rand, we can get a better and better understanding of how to construct a government that does protect citizens, individuals a against a government or a state. Um, but I don't see that there's something in the nature of the state inherent to it that necessarily means it will uh, abuse citizens. Yeah, our debut corrects me. He says, I agree, not disagree with Opar. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know why I misread that at first. Um, and he says, I didn't really listen to Dave Rubin much after discovering objectivism, just sharing my entry point into the philosophy. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. It's interesting to know how people got introduced to Ayn Rand. So feel free to let me know in the chat. Matthew said he heard about it from that show, which I hadn't heard of. Adam Curtis docuseries. Um, where am I? Simon says Euron's lecture on the morality of capitalism changed my life. I was basically a soft libertarian at the time, but when he laid the foundation of the moral justification, but then, maybe you mean then, but then he laid the foundation on the moral justification for it. Oh, I see it. You continue into the next chat. But when he laid the foundation on the moral justification for it, something clicked, and I just picked up Atlas Shrugged, and it was a slap in the face. Um, okay, so you were a soft libertarian. And did you come across Iran on YouTube, or how did you? So was Iran? He was your first exposure to objectivism? Was that through some YouTube video, or did you attend some lecture? Also, I'm curious about where you all are. You don't have to tell me, of course, but like Wade said, he's from South Africa. That was interesting. And of course, you can be more or less precise. You can just say a country or a state or city if you want, or, whatever you're comfortable with. But I'm curious where you all are. I'm in California. I'll say that. Um, uh, so you say you're soft. I wonder what a soft libertarian means. Maybe that means you weren't fully committed to it, or I'm not sure what soft is doing there. Um, and I'm not sure there is a there in a sense. Like, is there really coherent libertarian ideology? There are different schools of thoughts. I mean, you've got the anarchist wing of it, and then I guess there's a non-anarchist wing, and there's the Mises Institute, which I think is more the anarchist wing or anti-state, anti-government, influenced heavily by Murray Rothbard. And I don't think it should be called the Mises Institute, at least based on what I've heard, because Mises himself was not an anarchist. I think Yaron Brook has said it should be called the Murray Rothbard Institute or something. I haven't read too much. I haven't read Murray Rothbard much or Ludwig von Mises, but I've heard this from others who know more about them than I do that it's a shame that it's named after Mises. Um, I think that's Yaron's view. Yaron Brook, for anyone who doesn't know, he's a objectivist podcaster. Um, Definitely recommend checking his channel out too. Objectivism being the name of Ayn Rand's philosophy. For anyone who's completely new. Oh, okay. So when he laid the foundation on the moral justification for capitalism, I guess you mean, something clicked, and I just picked up Atlas Shrugged. Yeah, maybe that's his most famous topic for talks is on the morality of capitalism. I think he might have said that that's his favorite topic to discuss. Um, and maybe the one he's given the talk he's given the most. Is that the one where he holds up his iPhone to use as an example? Maybe he does that in many talks, um, but I'm guessing he does it in his morality of capitalism talk. You say, I liked Yoram Hazoni's debate with Yaron. I think I heard that one, but it's been a while. I don't remember it very well. Matthew says, if you can't set up a state to not abuse citizens, what makes it possible to do the same thing privately? Yeah, if the because the state is just individuals, so aren't those same individuals going to be uh, somehow still present? Power tends to attract psychopaths, says Dutzy, who don't care about the citizens, liberty, the Bill of Rights, etc. It's nearly impossible to have a government that consists of good people. Okay, so Dutzy and Matthew looks like they go back and forth. Uh, she says she's in Belgium. It's past midnight here. I've never been to Belgium. I've been to Amsterdam very briefly. That's the closest I've been. I also wonder about how you all heard about me. That's another thing. So I mentioned three things now, I guess. How you heard about Ayn Rand, how you heard about me or my channel, and then where you are located. Those are three things I'm interested to know. To the extent you want to share, right? Of course, you can be totally anonymous if you prefer. So um, back to Dutzy, she says power tends to attract psychopaths who don't care about the citizens, liberty, the Bill of Rights, etc. It's nearly impossible to have a government that consists of good people. And then Matthew says, who do you think would be attracted to running a private protection agency? If your theory is correct, the same type. Then she says, unfortunately, there will always be abusive people giving them ways to obtain legal power over others is a terrible idea. Um, Simon says, I was in a friendly political group with some friends. Okay, so that's how you heard about someone there mentioned Ayn Rand or objectivism or Huron Brook, and then you saw Huron's lecture. And Dutzy says to Matthew, correct, but they would not have the same legal powers to rob you blind. There would be competition, and virtually all citizens would be armed themselves. Mm. Uh, well, what about the Second Amendment, in the Bill of Rights to the U.S. Constitution? You do have a right to bear arms, which is not to say you can own a nuclear weapon necessarily or a tank, but you can have some kind of weapon of self-defense. Simon says one of the guys in this political group, I guess, one of the guys was an objectivist, and he saw that I was more freedom oriented, but saw that I was struggling to defend it more philosophically and sent me Yaron's lecture. Okay. Okay. Thanks for that info. Matthew says the Dutzy degrades into gang warfare pretty quickly. Simon says soft libertarian would be like a Milton Friedman. RW says, do you... Oh, yeah, I forgot. RW had some comments I said I might discuss. Do you not want to discuss my question on values? I think I missed what you said about the question. Was it a bad question? No, I'm sorry. I just forgot about it. I took a break and then I saw the new chats coming in and it just escaped my mind. Um, Let me go back to that. Uh, well, let me just see if I can quickly catch up. I feel like I'm just a few minutes behind here, and maybe I'll say more about these later chats. I'm in France, says Simon. Oh, you're in France. Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that. Um, Originally Canadian, though, you say. Okay. Ha ha ha. Yes, the classic iPhone. Um, Three smiley, crying, laughing emojis. Dicey says to Matthew, what makes you come to that conclusion? Are there any historical examples of that sincere question? Warlords in Africa come to mind. Maybe Somalia. I think sometimes people they mention Somalia as an example to me when I say I don't think there should be taxes or regulations. They say, "Oh, you want Somalia?" Like, no, they don't have a government at all, right? Or is it just competing warlords? I do think there should be a government. I'm not for gang warfare, but maybe that's I haven't read much about Somalia, but maybe that's an example of what would happen in anarchy. Simon says, I've seen a few of your debates online probably a year and a half ago on capitalism, and I also have seen you in the HB Letters website. Okay, interesting. Thanks. Um, yeah, that's Harry Binswanger's website for anyone who doesn't know. Oh, okay. Then Dutzy says, in Somalia, the warlords were an improvement on the previous situation. Um, okay, well, yeah, I talked about this cycle between anarchy and dictatorship in a previous live stream. Like there could be a cycle of you have anarchy and gangs fighting it out, and then one gang becomes dominant, and then it becomes like a dictatorship, and it rules for a while. But then some like splinter group is able to gain control from within and overthrow the dictator and establish their own gang in power, and then they become the dictator. And then there's this just this cycle of integration and disintegration between, like when you have one group who's able to maintain power, cycling with groups who assassinate the leader and want to overthrow him, and then you might have gang warfare until the next group is able to gain power. So it might be like a temporary improvement, but it's really like a lesser evil rather than a better good. I don't think either anarchy or dictatorship is a good state of affairs if you value freedom, but one maybe it can be so bad that it becomes you start to desire the other at a certain point, just as a break. You think maybe this dictatorship has just become so oppressive. I'd rather there be gang warfare and people just fight it out. But then that becomes so unbearable that you prefer dictatorship. You'd rather just have one guy be in charge. Um, but yeah, I think those are kind of flip sides of the same coin, anarchy and dictatorship, which might seem odd at first, but maybe not really odd if you think about it. They sort of mutually reinforce each other. Um, but I think the real solution is to, establish a government which is limited and not a dictatorship, and then that's a stable sort of society. And we've had a fairly stable society in the United States for, almost 250 years. It's had its trials and tribulations for sure. It's had a civil war, but for a long time, I think it's the longest lasting current state, maybe. Is there any other state that's older than the United States currently, like that hasn't had a revolution and started a new government? I'm not sure. Um, maybe, I don't know, England? I don't know. I need to, I got to think about that more. But anyways, I don't think it's necessarily the case that there has to be an endless cycle between anarchy and dictatorship. If you get a good system, like I think the US is, in essence, right, it has its flaws, but essentially, I think it's a good system, then I think that can be a stable situation. Um, all right. So that was Somalia. Simon says, I've watched you debate on morality when you first started YouTube. Okay. That's a while ago. All right. Let me go back to RW's, the ones you mentioned about values. Where was that? Okay. I think I found at 2:07 p.m. Pacific, he says, how do you think clearly about values? For example, valuing relationships or connections. Some people seem to value those at different levels, and some people claim they don't value relationships or connections. They say they value alone time. Is that subjective or objective? Um, I guess there could be a variation uh that's fine, and there's an optional amount of like how much time do you prefer just being on your own versus being with others. I don't think there's necessarily one right answer. Maybe some people they value social activities more than others, but I think there's got to be at least some social activity for a good life. Like, I don't think you can just be a hermit living on your own in the desert for your entire life and live a good life. I think you're really missing out something important if you don't have other people around you to be friends, romantic partners, business partners, other sorts of relationships. I think there's a lot of value to be gained from other people, but I don't think there's a way you can like specify exactly there has to be a certain amount. I think there's a range of optional amount, but I do think there has to be some. You can't only value alone time and live a healthy, happy life, I don't think. And maybe you can just experiment with different amounts of alone time versus social time and see what works best for you. Maybe that'll change over time for you, um, given what's going on in your life. And I guess that's just something you can think about, and try out different arrangements, see what works best. Guess that maybe that's an inductive way of going about it. Instead of just trying to deduce it from some abstract principle, actually experiment with it, have some concrete experiences, try things out, and induce from the facts principles about how to allocate your time. So you see, some people claim they don't value relationships. That it seems like I think there's a problem there. If you don't value relationships at all, people are a tremendous source of value, potentially, but it can be challenging to find people that you really connect well with. And you can connect with people on different levels. Like we're having a connection of sorts right now. You're engaging with me, and I value that. But maybe there's some people who are good to be friends with, other people you want to just be like acquaintances and not see them as often. Um, Maybe some people you just want to hang out with on a live stream for a couple hours a week, like this. So I guess just that's something to think about, um, and experiment with, and you'll find what works well for you. So I guess that's a way of making it objective. You say, is that subjective or objective? I guess if objective means, if like part of what objective means is to correspond to the facts, then I guess by having these experiences of what works, you'll find out what works for you. So if you try out different things, and that will give you some data as to what works for you in your own life. It might be subjective if you just try to figure it out all in your head. Um, Maybe that would be a way that's not connected to the facts. So there's a place for experiment. Okay, so there's a bit on RW's earlier chats. So now I can go back to where I left off, which was the Somalia chat from Dutzy. Okay, so then then there was Simon, and then Matthew says to Dutzy, "Are you sure? Even so, it's not a comparison to a capitalist government, is it?" I guess that's asking, is she sure that Somalia warlords is an improvement on the previous situation? It's not a comparison to a capitalist government. Yeah, it's quite a different situation. Even if it's better, maybe even if it's only temporarily better than a previous situation, maybe it's still a far cry from a capitalist government. How did I discover Ayn Rand? Says Dutzy. I found a book by her in my grandmother's house. Okay. Which one? Which book? In Europe and other Western countries, says Dutzy, governments have gradually disarmed citizens. Why would I trust a government that doesn't think I should be able to defend myself? Maybe you shouldn't. If you have no right to defend yourself, then maybe you should look to live somewhere else. At least if you think you're at risk, if you think there's a significant risk of crime such that you might need a weapon, a firearm, or a mace or something to defend yourself. And if your country forbids that, then if you think that's a significant risk, I would consider whether you might be able to move somewhere where you can defend yourself. A lot of people have tried to immigrate to the United States. Unfortunately, I think it's too hard. There's too much bureaucracy and convoluted hoops you need to jump through. But maybe if you can't move there, you can move somewhere else that is at least better. I don't know what Belgium is like when it comes to self-defense. But I've heard like in the UK, I think the policemen, they don't carry guns. Is that true? They just have batons or something. So even the police, let alone private individuals, I think maybe they're not properly armed. And I think you have problems in Europe and the UK. There are these, I've heard about these Muslims sometimes, the radical Muslims will attack and kill or injure people with knives or something. Maybe if people were more armed in Europe, less of these sorts of events would occur. And I think this is not to say there aren't deeper kind of solutions and problems that need to be addressed, as opposed to just handling it at the individual level where you have to arm yourself. Um, so if there's an anti-Western sort of sentiment in Europe, then I think that's going to encourage problems. But hopefully, you can at least defend yourself as an individual. You should be able to. And I guess if you can't, then maybe consider whether there's somewhere safer you can live. Um, Matthew says to Ducey, all I would say is don't make a false equivalence between an example European government and an ideal capitalist system. Ducey says, I'm obviously not an expert on Africa, but from what I do know, the warlords made sure roads got built, hospitals got the necessary supplies, etc. How did I find this channel? It just showed up on my feed, says Ducey. Okay. I can see in my analytics the videos that recommends my videos. Sometimes that's interesting. I see some videos that I wouldn't guess would recommend me, but somehow the algorithm tells them to recommend my channel. RW says I was a Christian and an unprincipled conservative, just following my parents in church, then a libertarian, and then an anarcho-capitalist, then an atheist. Finally, I'm now an objectivist. Okay. Okay. Objectivist with a lowercase o. You mean with the uppercase o? If it's a proper name, which it is for Ayn Rand's philosophy, then um, it's uppercase O. Matthew says to Dutzy, there are lots of examples of vacuums led by governmental withdrawal. Northern Ireland, mafias, Bloods and Crips, Central America. They can all claim to do some societal good. I know Greg Salmieri, an objectivist philosopher, he's many times given that example of the Bloods and the Crips as what anarchy looks like concretely. You just have these rival gangs fighting over territory. Matthew says the question is, are individual rights being protected? Simon, I think Leonard Peikoff was absolutely correct, where I think he mentions that anarchism is a type of floating abstraction in what brings rise for the need of government. Hmm. Um, I don't, I wonder where that is that he says that. Um, Maybe it's in OPAR, Objectivism, the Philosophy of Ayn Rand. Maybe I should read what Ayn Rand had to say about anarchism from the Ayn Rand lexicon, since we're talking about it here. Anarchism is just a type of context dropping, says Simon. See if I read from the lexicon, I'll get more behind the chat. Maybe it's better to stay up to speed with the chat for now and come back. I'll just keep it in mind as something I might come back to later. See what Ayn Rand has to say about anarchism. Of course, YouTube has had to censor my reply to Matthew, says Stutzi. YouTube is on a censor spree lately. Yeah, there's some things that it'll censor out, some words, I guess. I don't know which words, but some people have said Hamas is a word you can't say, so you have to spell it in like hummus or something. But even that got censored out once, I was told. Um, so the core values are objective, says RW. The amounts are subjective. Job X versus job Y is subjective, but the value of a job is objective. Is that about right? Then Simon says, I wouldn't say it's subjective. The amounts are still objective because your consciousness has to engage with the facts to make the evaluation. It would be subjective if you divorced the facts with what's required for your life, with your emotions. Um, yeah, I guess objective means, well, there are different senses of the term, but maybe here, as part of the meaning of it is that you're processing the facts in a way that's, well, your thoughts are fact-based. They're not just emotional, or your conclusions about like how much time you want to spend on a job X versus job Y is based on your experiences, the facts about your experiences. Like if you find one job miserable and another job delightful, that would be a fact that you need to take into consideration, or that you should take into consideration. And also how much you do it. Maybe it's only enjoyable if you do it at a certain amount. And if you do it much more or much less than that, then it's not enjoyable. So these are more facts you can take into account. And if you do take these accounts into account, these observations about what conduces most to your enjoyment and your well-being in life, then I think you could claim that you have an objective evaluation of what you should do, or how much time you should spend on one thing as against another. You might say it's optional, like the core values. There's core values, and then um, like productivity or having some kind of productive career. You might think that that's a core value, but then how much time is, I wouldn't say it's subjective unless you mean by it something which is innocuous. Like it's just personal. Like someone might want to work 80 hours a week, another person might want to work 60 hours a week, another 40 hours a week, and they all have some kind of career, and that's good and necessary, I think. Um, but exactly how much time each individual spends is could vary. It could be appropriate for different people to spend different amounts. I wouldn't call it subjective. You could still say it's objective, but it's just optional depending on the facts about a given individual. Maybe they have a spouse who's also working, so they don't need to work as much. But it's still a factual determination. Like it's still dependent on the facts of the matter, including your experiences, your level of enjoyment as to how much you should work. So even the amounts are objective, I think you could say. But it could vary from person to person. What is an objective amount or an objectively right amount of time to spend on a given job? So I think I was agreeing with Simon there. Ducey says to Matthew, individuals can protect their own rights. By the way, it's difficult to compare Somalia with a Western country. Well, they can protect, individuals can protect their own rights in an emergency, but if it's not an emergency, like if someone is attacking right now, attacking you right now, and you don't have time to call the police, then I think you should be able to defend yourself. But if there is time to call the police, then I think it's better to do that because they are professionally trained to deal with threats of force and then make sure that the force isn't excessive and they can, that's their job is to professionally, to appropriately deal with the use of force. So if you can outsource that to a professional, then I think that's the best way to go. Um, and I think it's outsourcing it to a third party, a neutral party um, that um, that is trained in how to deal with force. That's I was just thinking of another passage from The Nature of Government, that essay I mentioned before, where Ayn Rand discusses this issue and objective law. So yeah, I highly recommend that essay for you, Dutzy, The Nature of Government. Free online, I think. Europe in general is so leftist when it comes to defending yourself, says Simon. God forbid you do what's necessary for protecting your life. Correct. UK police don't have firearms, says Dutzy. I can't wait to move to America, says Simon. Um, I hope you can make it here. Dutzy says in Europe, even police get sent to prison if they use a firearm against an immigrant. Uh, maybe there's some sanction of the victim going on there. That's a term from Ayn Rand's novel Atlas Shrugged. Like you're you're the victim of violence, but you're giving the perpetrators of violence your sanction by disarming the police. Um, you're allowing it to happen or making it easier to happen, which I guess a self-sacrificial morality might demand, right? If you agree to a morality of self-sacrifice as opposed to a morality of self-interest, then maybe it's good to disarm yourself and allow others to destroy you, right? Because if you want to be destroyed or sacrificed, excuse me, then disarming yourself is a way to do that. So I think you need to stand up for a morality of self-interest if you want to argue for having the right to self-defense and firearms. So, but of course, many people are opposed to self-interest and egoism, and that's part of what I'm here to try to help change, following what I've learned from Ayn Rand. Spread the word. I think I'm going to set a record today in terms of how long I go. Because the longest I've done a stream, I think, is about 3 hours and 5 minutes. And we're getting close to 3 hours now. Not sure how long I'm going to go, but maybe I'll at least try to break the record. Thanks everyone for being here, by the way, however long you're here for. I do appreciate the likes and subscribes. Dutzy says, the Simon, any preference for any particular U.S. state? I'm assuming you're not moving to California anytime soon. Simon says, absolutely not. Texas. 3 exclamation points. Street gangs were created by government organizations to make citizens clamor for more state protection and stricter laws. It's not a natural occurrence. Hmm. Haven't heard that before. Street gangs were created by government organizations to make citizens clamor for more state protection and stricter laws. Matthew says, that sounds like a conspiracy theory. Doesn't pass a sniff test for me. Tutu says, the Simon, Texas sounds fantastic. So much freedom, it's hard to grasp for even the most freedom-loving European. Although on some issues like abortion, I would say Texas is not a good place because some states they're more restrictive on abortion rights. I don't remember exactly what Texas's laws are, but I think especially in the last few years, it's gotten worse with the overturning of Roe versus Wade, that landmark Supreme Court decision back in the 70s, I think, on abortion. I think it's much harder for people to get abortions now and legally get abortions in many states, including Texas. But in other aspects, I think Texas has more freedom than other states. So Europeans have no conception of what freedom is. They have never known freedom, says Simon. In an emergency, fine. But when it comes to contractual agreements, there is no objective mechanism for resolving disputes, says Simon. Dutzy says you can outsource security and even have non-government courts to settle disputes. The latter even exists for businesses in Vietnam, of all places. And then Simon says non-government courts don't work. You can look at all the countries who want to see Israel tried for all the charges. And Israel is just like, nah, I'm good. Tried for apartheid, genocide, etc. Is this the World Court or the International Court? Yeah, I'm not sure that's a legitimate, actual, real court. Because there has to be some kind of enforcement mechanism behind it, and I'm not aware that there is. All right, maybe I should pull up Ayn Rand on anarchism, since that's been a major topic of this chat. I'm going to the lexicon, the Ayn Rand lexicon. Okay, here's the entry on anarchism. All right, I'll share this screen. All right, so here's what Ayn Rand says about anarchy. Oh, I just saw a heart float up. Thanks. That little emoji reaction down in the corner. Let's see. Okay, this is from the article I recommended, The Nature of Government and the Virtue of Selfishness. That's the book. Ayn Rand says, quote, anarchy as a political concept is a naive floating abstraction. A society without an organized government would be at the mercy of the first criminal who came along and who would precipitate it into the chaos of gang warfare. But the possibility of human immorality is not the only objection to anarchy. Even a society whose every member were fully rational and faultlessly moral could not function in a state of anarchy. It is the need of objective laws and of an arbiter for honest disagreements among men that necessitates the establishment of a government. And then there's another passage. I want to see how much there is here. Oh, here's competing governments. Yeah, I mentioned that before, which some libertarians say is their model of how it would work. Um, and then, okay, I guess I'll read this one. A recent variant of anarchist theory. Okay, she says recent, and she's writing this in, I guess, at least 1964 or before, because that's when The Virtue of Selfishness was published. I think this article, The Nature of Government, was published in 1963 in the Objectivist newsletter. So I guess that's about the time frame here for. So the Libertarian Party, I don't think existed until 1971. And I think that might have been around the time when they adopted the label libertarian. So she doesn't use the label libertarian here because that was several years later. This is the early 60s, not the early 70s. But the ideas were still around, or were not still, but they were already, I should say, around at this time. Um, so she writes, a recent variant of anarchistic theory, which is befuddling some of the younger advocates of freedom, is a weird absurdity called competing governments, accepting the basic premise of the modern statists who see no difference between the functions of government and the functions of industry, between force and production. and who advocate government ownership of business. The proponents of competing governments take the other side of the same coin and declare that since competition is so beneficial to business, it should also be applied to government. Instead of a single monopolistic government, they declare there should be a number of different governments in the same geographical area competing for the allegiance of individual citizens, which every citizen free, with every citizen free to shop and to patronize whatever government he chooses. Remember that forcible restraint of men is the only service a government has to offer. Ask yourself what a competition and forcible restraint would have to mean. One cannot call this theory a contradiction in terms, since it is obviously devoid of any understanding of the terms competition and government. Nor can one call it a floating abstraction, since it is devoid of any contact with or reference to reality and cannot be concretized at all, not even roughly or approximately. One illustration will be sufficient. Suppose Mr. Smith, a customer of government A, suspects that his next door neighbor, Mr. Jones, a customer of government B, has robbed him. A squad of police A proceeds to Mr. Jones's house and is met at the door by a squad of police B, who declare that they do not accept the validity of Mr. Smith's complaint and do not recognize the authority of government A. What happens then? You take it from there. All right, so that concretizes a bit there, at least, what Ayn Rand thinks would happen if you had the idea of competing governments, just as there are other competition among other sorts of businesses in a marketplace. All right, I'll stop the screen share. Um, so I think that competition works well when it's a field from which force has already been extracted. Then the best producer can rise to the top. But if it's competition of force itself, then it's a different story. And I think it's Rand's view is that it's taking this idea of competition out of context to think it's a good thing in any context, um, even when it comes to force itself. It's not good that there's a competition in force itself. I mean, that's not a market. A market is a context in which you're not competing by force. Um, like if one business uses antitrust law to cripple another, then it's not competing on a free market. It's using the force of government to try to get more profits. That's unfair competition. And you see, like in Atlas Shrugged, there are different sorts of businessmen, some of which you try to use the force of government instead of competing on a free market. It's not a free market when force is involved. Uh, all right, so we got some more chats here from Simon. Dan, have you ever been on a Clubhouse before? Yes, I have. It's been a while though. It seemed like Clubhouse was something I heard about more 2 or 3 years ago, but I don't know if it's lost popularity or what, but I don't hear about Clubhouse much these days. Hi, John Wayne. He says he's late but here. Yeah, I'm doing a longer than usual show today. I'm gonna break my record. Matthew says, yes, Dan, the idea of market is only possible is if force is extracted. You cannot have a market in force itself. I have a lot of debates with anarchists there. Oh, on Clubhouse, Simon says he has a lot. That's where he has a lot of debates. I haven't done many debates with anarchists. I've done one with a guy who I I think he describes himself as a ANCAP, but we didn't talk about we debated something else. I think it was mostly egoism, actually. Second username or no, last username. I think that's his name. Uh, so if you search for that on my channel, you can see that conversation. But I don't think we talked about anarchism there. So maybe I should. Maybe it'd be good to talk to more people who are interested in that. Tap into the ANCAP audience. Um, I'm just taking a look at my channel now. Um, Here we go. I want to see how long my second to last live stream was. Oh, 3 hours and 4 minutes. Okay, so I think I've gone longer than that now. Dutzy is back. Oh, the worst ones are the Christian anarcho-capitalists, says Simon. What do you mean by force in this context? Asked Dutzy. Physical force. Anyway, I look forward to reading the article when I get my ADHD meds refilled this week. Okay. Yeah, physical force, like punching someone, or the threat of physical force, like pointing a gun at someone. That also counts as physical force. They have um, but yeah, I'm glad you look forward to reading that article. It's I highly recommend it. The nature of government. Simon says they have the full conviction that they have the proper morality, that is the Christian anarcho-capitalists, while preaching how statist I am because I compromise on, quote, freedom. Maybe it's worth debating morality with them. That's more fundamental than politics, if they're open to it. Okay. All right. So the viewers went up to 9. That was nice to see. Thanks for the likes. Appreciate it if you give a like if you like the stream. Subscribers have been pretty flat. Actually, they've gone down a little bit lately. I lost one or two over the last week. I don't know why. I can only make guesses, but it's been in the low or like mid to low 860s for I don't know, a week or two. So if you like my content, if you want to help it grow, and if you're not subscribed, I'd appreciate it if you do subscribe. I know some people who are not subscribed watch my content because I can see in my analytics. Uh, Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's over 50% are not subscribed who are watching my content. So I guess if you're doing that regularly, you get some kind of value out of it. Um, so if you want to help the channel grow, I'd appreciate it if you do hit that subscribe button. Um, and you can click the bell if you want to get notifications. You don't have to click the bell if you don't want notifications, but um, doesn't cost any money to do. So I guess some people might like to just watch the channel but not support it. Like there's some channels like that for me. Like sometimes I'll watch them, but they have a view that I'm very opposed to, so I don't want to support it with a subscription. So maybe I have some watchers like that. But if you're not a watcher like that, if you are interested in helping my channel grow, I would appreciate it if you consider subscribing. My watch time has actually gone up a lot since I started live streaming. So I've never had this much watch time. I've I can see my analytics over the last 12 months. That's what it tells me. Well, I mean, you can set it to different parameters, but in order to get my channel monetized, I need to have 4,000 hours of watch time within the last 12 months. And right now I'm at 1,500 something hours. So, and I've never had it be that high, like in the last 12-month period. But since I've live streamed, I've my last 12 months worth of um, public watching hours has gone to higher than it's ever been. So um, these live streams has definitely helped me satisfy the requirement YouTube has for getting my channel monetized. And it's only been about 4 months since I started live streaming. I started at the beginning of March, so it's been close to 4 months, and it hasn't been even been a year then. So if I'm at the highest I've ever been after only 4 months of live streaming, well, I'm thinking if this goes on, if I keep this up for a whole 12 months worth of live streaming, then maybe by that time I'll have reached my goal of 4,000 hours of watch time in the last 12 months. I think I will. Like assuming I continue the way I have been, live streaming a couple times a week for on average somewhere around 2 hours each live stream. I think I'm going to hit that goal. And then that would just leave the subscriber count as that's the other goal. I have to hit, I have to get up to 1,000 subscribers to get my channel monetized. So once I've got that, 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 of hours of watch time in the last 12 months, then I can apply to to have my channel monetized. So thanks all of you for helping me get there by watching and or subscribing. I want to make this a self-sustaining venture, a financially self-sustaining venture, so that I can do even more of it. Right now, I do some other things for work to pay the bills, and I'm using those other jobs I do to fund this channel or to pay for my time essentially. But I'd like to be for this to be self-sustaining so that I don't have to do other work, and then I can spend even more time promoting Ayn Rand on YouTube. All right, I see the watch number has gone up to 11 now. I think that's the highest it's been, the highest I've seen it at least for this stream. So glad to see that. Thanks for coming by. Haven't had any callers today, but I have been engaging with the chat. So thanks for your participation there. And if there's anything I haven't talked about that you're interested in talking about, feel free to just raise it in the chat. Simon says at 406, they have the full conviction that they have the proper morality. Oh, I already read that one. And then he says, I've also tried that. Oh, I guess he means arguing or debating them on morality. And I've tried with epistemology, he says. Nothing penetrates their God armor. Yeah, some people you just there's nothing you can say. They're just not open to reason. I think, and at that point, I think I might just end the discussion. Like, unless I have an audience, and I think I can maybe reach the audience and accomplish something with them. But would I choose to have a private one-on-one conversation with someone who doesn't seem open to reason? I think it's unlikely. I don't want to waste my time. And people have free will. And so I think it's up to them to decide, am I going to be honest and open to reason, or am I just going to dogmatically close my mind and uh, believe what I want to believe or what I was taught to believe, even if it conflicts with evidence, facts that others point out? Um, that's just a choice that every individual has to make. What's that saying? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Well, I adapted that to you can lead a person to reason, but you can't make him think. Or you can he has to choose to think as opposed to just rationalize, right? Which is kind of a pseudo thinking, right? There's all kinds of things they might say that are kind of pretend thoughts. They're not really concerned with um, knowing the truth, but they can go through the motions of it and give all kinds of fancy arguments. But really, underneath it all, there's just some kind of emotional commitment, maybe a fear of uh, conflicts with friends and family. Like there might be a lot of disruption socially for you. Maybe you'll be uh, shunned by your family, or you'll be cast out from your social circles if you break away from the religion. But, what kind of people are worth having around you? Like, are those, if people aren't concerned with the truth, if you have to put something ahead of the truth in order to satisfy someone, then are those really the kinds of people that you want to have around you? So I think that's a question people should ask themselves um, if they're in that sort of position. But I know how I would answer that question. Truth is most important. And then if you are the type of person that holds the truth above all else, then you will attract other people to you who are like that. So you can find like-minded people. Simon says, apparently you can use faith and any other school of epistemic thought to help you live in this world, since faith is for spiritual guidance. I've heard it all from Christians. My argument is that the concept of God is an epistemological error. 100% of theists fall under rationalism. They cannot tie the words and concepts they're using to reality. RW is back. Says Stefan Molyneux took me from libertarian Christian to ANCAP atheist. Then Neuron Brook on Dave Rubin helped me get to objectivism. I'm not familiar with Molyneux. I've heard a little from him, but not much. Did he get kicked off of YouTube or something for racist views or something? I don't remember exactly what I heard about him, but I haven't seen him around YouTube in a while or heard about him. I don't know if that's just because of the algorithm and what it feeds me, but I used to see more of him on YouTube. Matthew Stroud says ridiculousness and its exposure are the tactics that the likes of Harris and Hitchens used in their theism debates. No one wants to think of themselves as stupid. Uh, Simon says, you're absolutely right, Matthew. I hate their snarky remarks. Dawkins is so bad on religion. Is he the one who said he's a cultural Christian? I think that might be Dawkins, Richard Dawkins, author of The Selfishness Gene, which I have not read. Um, uh, I, re I remember Harris telling the audience about a giant diamond he believed was buried in his backyard. He said it benefited his life enormously to believe in the diamonds. That's what Matthew says. I don't watch much Sam Harris uh, or Dawkins. I've seen some stuff from Harris that I thought was good. Ducey says Stefan Molyneux is back on YouTube. Happened to see him today. Okay. I was thinking about maybe streaming on Twitch. That's another platform. I'm thinking about other things I can do to reach more people. I've got a debate I will be releasing within a month, I think. And I've got a couple ideas for shows I might go on, call-in shows like this. If there's anyone else out there, like other content creators, YouTubers, that you think might be open to having me on their show, feel free to put me in touch. Matthew says Harris's debates on religion are great. He's about 50-50 on everything else. Deucey says YouTube allowed a lot of people to come back on the platform, but now the censorship is absolutely off the charts. Well, if it's not governments who's controlling it, I don't know that censorship is the right term to use. You might think, and I guess one way the term could be used is that censorship is only something a government can do. I think that's how Ayn Rand uses the term. And then if you're a private entity, a private individual or a private organization like YouTube, as opposed to a government entity, then it's not a violation of free speech if you want to keep someone off the platform. Just like if you kick someone out of your house because you don't like their views, that's not a violation of the free speech of that person. They don't have a right to come in your house and spout their views. Likewise, if YouTube is a private company, no one has a right to come on its platform. So it's not. I don't think it's censoring anyone, but it's just it's like kicking them out of their house if it doesn't want someone in it. Maybe there's a broader sense of the term censorship, but I think it's just important to distinguish between uh, when the government does something and then when a private organization or individual does something. because that's distinguishing between force or coercion and non-force, non-coercion is a crucial distinction. And no one's violated your rights if they're a private individual or organization and they choose not to give you a platform. But if the government muzzles you, that is a violation of your rights. Um, okay, I'm caught up on the chat. I'm not sure how long I should stream. I'm debating whether I should end the stream now or keep going. Maybe I should try a poll. I've never tried doing a poll in a stream. Maybe now is a good time for that. Uh, um, I guess some people might be coming here new, like they haven't been here from the beginning. So maybe people like that want me to keep going, whereas people who have been here from the beginning or from much earlier, maybe they've already had their fill of me for today, and so they don't need more. Okay, I just found the button that says start a poll. Let your viewers weigh in. I'm going to click on that and see what happens. Ask a question, and then you get yes or no. Add option. Okay, so I have to formulate my question in a way that yes and no provide the sorts of answers that I'm interested in. So how am I going to do this? Well, I could just ask something completely unrelated. It doesn't have to be about whether I should continue streaming right now. I can just do something totally different as a test. How about I will, here, I'll ask this. Have you read Ayn Rand before? That's uh, that's a good question for yes and no as the only options. Okay, now how do I say go? Start the poll. Oh, must contain between 1 and 35 characters. I have to make the question longer. Okay, I only have 30 characters right now, so let me extend this a little bit. Have you read Ayn Rand before? Okay, I'll just say, have you read any of Ayn Rand's writing before? That takes it over 35 characters. But it still doesn't let me start the poll. Oh, I guess that instruction about one, it has to be between 1 and 35 characters is for the additional option other than yes and no. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have hit the button for other option. Okay, let me try something slightly different. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to X this out and then reopen the poll and see if that makes a difference. Okay, yeah, I think this is going to work. Yeah, so the problem was that when I hit add an option other than yes and no, then it made me, since I hadn't yet filled out the other option, it wasn't letting me post the poll. So now I'm going to go back to my original question. Have you read Ayn Rand before? And then it's going to let me hit start poll. Okay, you should see a question there now. It's it's showing yes at 100%. And when I don't know how many people, oh, 3 votes. 3 votes. I wonder if I can vote myself. Let me try that. I don't see a way that I can vote. Maybe I can log in on a different account. I'm not going to bother with that right now. So 3 people voted, and I guess they all said yes. But I have 6 people watching, it says. Oh, 7 people now. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the other people who haven't voted have not watched Ayn Rand. It's just they haven't voted either way. Um, I'll leave it up for a bit longer. I guess I can see on my end there's a option to end the poll. Oh, now there's 4 votes. Okay. And it's still at 100%. Okay, maybe I'll give you one more minute to vote on this one and then create a different poll. What am I going to ask for my next question? Maybe I should ask if you're a subscriber. Uh, Matthew says censorship and monopoly are gifts of government alone. It's interesting. A lot of people they complain about capitalism because it produces monopolies. But then I think if you ask them, what about the United States Postal Service? What about that monopoly? Oh, we need that. It's like, and that's a government monopoly, right? That's which you might say is the only kind of monopoly, really. Um, so they're not really against monopolies that are just they want the government to have force over the market. As long as it's a government monopoly, it's okay. Well, maybe there are limits to that too. Maybe they don't want the state to control everything. Okay, I'm going to end this poll. So it's kind of like a pinned chat. Just stay. All right, so my next poll. The distinction between political power and economic power, which are very different, says Matthew. By the way, if anyone wants to call in, you can call in still. The call info is in the pinned in the chat. Okay. Oh, the poll results just showed up in the chat. So you can see there, it says there were 4 votes and they were all for yes. Okay. So that's what happens when I do a poll. All right, I'm going to do a new poll now. So this one is going to be, are you subscribed to my channel? And I guess I can, I'll just leave it at that for now. I won't add another option other than yes and no. Okay, start poll. Okay, we got one yes, two yeses. Thanks to those two of you, whoever you are. It doesn't tell me who it is. It just tells me two votes for yes. So maybe that it says five people are watching. So, and one of them is me. Or now it says six people. It's always changing. So maybe there's a few people watching who are either not subscribed or they are subscribed, but they haven't answered the poll. You can answer the poll no. Is anyone going to answer no? It's not going to identify you. I don't think there's a way for me to identify who says yes and who says no. It just gives me a total count. Maybe my next question, I'm going to try to come up with something that where there's a third option. Ducci says, thank you for pointing out that censorship is a government thing. I wasn't sure what to call it when a private company does it. Um, there is, I looked this up in the dictionary once, and I think there's a sense of censorship. Like one of the entries you might see in a dictionary is compatible with saying that there is private censorship. I'll look it up right now, actually. Censorship definition. Okay, so first thing that pops up on for me when I Googled it was the suppression or prohibition of any parts of books, films, news, etc. that are considered obscene, politically unacceptable, or a threat to security. Okay, now that doesn't say anything about the government. So you might think, well, a private entity could do that. They could suppress these sorts of things. But let me look in Merriam-Webster just to get a little variety in definitions. So here it says the institution, system, or practice of censoring. So let me click on censoring. I guess that's a more fundamental term. Censor, a person who supervises conduct and morals, such as an official who examines materials, such as publications or films, for objectionable matter. An official, as in time of war, who reads communications such as letters and deletes material considered sensitive or harmful. When it says official, it doesn't say government official, but maybe that's what it means. So these are entries for the noun censor. It also gives one of two magistrates in early Rome acting as census takers, assessors, and inspectors of morals and conduct. So that sounds like a government's office. And then there's the verb censor, to examine in order to suppress. Uh, and then there's a link to suppress sense 2, which says to keep from public knowledge. So that seems like something a private entity could do. You could keep something from public knowledge. And there's also what's called self-censorship, right? And that's clearly not like if I'm engaged in self-censorship, well, I'm not a government entity, but couldn't I self-censor? So I think there is a usage of censor which doesn't imply the government. But just be clear that it's not an issue of force if it's not a government who is doing the suppressing. And I think it's only your rights are only violated when you are being forced to suppress your speech. Um, and you're not like on someone else's property. Like if you're on someone else's property and then you are kicked off because of what you're saying, then it's not like you're violating that person's property rights. So you might be forced off, but it's retaliatory force because you are, I guess you're initiating force. You're not being there on the terms of the property owner. You're violating that person's terms. If they say you can only come on my property if you agree to certain things, and I think that's implicitly understood, um, that if you go on someone else's property, that you have to abide by their terms. And if they don't want you saying something like promoting Nazis or communists, then you don't have a right to say what you think on their property. You can only say things that are okay with what they voluntarily consent to you saying. Um, if they don't voluntarily agree to your being there because of what you're saying, then you're not respecting their voluntary choices of how they use their property. So you're overriding their voluntary choices, which is like imposing something on them by force. So if they then call the police to haul you off, I think that can be considered retaliatory use of force because you're forcing your views on the property owner, and now we're just using force to stop you from forcing your views on the property owner um, by using their property without in a way they haven't consented to. Okay, let me see if there's any more votes on the poll. Oh, I got 4 votes now, and they're all yes votes, 100%. Okay, well, thanks to the 4 of you for being subscribed to my channel. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm gonna end that poll now. And now the results again show up in the chat, or will if they haven't already. Oh yeah, there they are. Can you see these poll results? Do they show up for you? Matthew says to Dutzy, hopefully whatever occurs between private companies and individuals is voluntary. So terms of service can be taken or left as you please. Right. Dutzy says, indeed, although it would be helpful if YouTube informed its customers which words it doesn't like this week. Agree, says Matthew. Yeah, I think sometimes it's not clear, and it would be helpful to have some more guidance. It can be challenging, I think, for YouTube to decide exactly what kind of guidance to give, how much to give. Um, so, so I definitely appreciate YouTube for providing the platform it does. Um, but yeah, I do think sometimes there could be ways to make more clear what the rules are. Maybe YouTube wants to train us to use creative ways to express ourselves, says Dudesy. Or, says Matthew, YouTube is a product of the individuals working there and the culture they live in. not much objectivity around. Sometimes I've thought YouTube is politically left, maybe progressive would be a term. Um, it seems like there's a lot of political commentators who are so-called progressives, or at least that's what the algorithm has given me. And maybe it's a kind of re self-reinforcing thing, like because I see more of that content, I engage with it more, I watch it more, like people like Sam Cedar. Um, and then it feeds me more because I watch it more, and uh, but maybe other people have different experience with the algorithm. Dutzy says she agrees with Matthew. I know a content creator who says horrible things and uses disgusting language on YouTube, but it's impossible to get rid of his channel. Not much objectivity there. I saw a tweet or on X, a post from the Ayatollah of Iran, and I quote tweeted it. If you know what that is, you just forward the tweet and you make a comment going along with it. And I said, should this guy be kicked off of X? And I tagged X because if this guy is heading up a murderous, rights violating regime, which I think Iran probably is, then does it make sense to have a guy like that on on your platform? Like, should you give a murderer a platform or a person who's an accessory to murder? Uh, I don't think so. All right, I'm going to try another poll here, one that involves an answer other than yes or no, just as an experiment. It says there's also a Q&A option, so maybe let me click on. Well, no, I'll do the poll first, and then I'll try the Q&A after that. I'm just experimenting with different tools YouTube has here, which I haven't used before. Okay. For anyone who's just joining and doesn't know what I'm doing. All right, so here's a poll. And what's a question that would have yes, no, and maybe as, oh, I guess the option I add has to be 1 to 35 characters. Let me say, um, will you, okay. Do you think you will listen to one of my future live streams? Okay, yes, no, and then I'm going to put maybe as my third option. Oh, this time it doesn't tell me I need. Oh, okay. I guess I was misunderstanding the character requirements. Okay, anyways, I can just. Oh, no, I don't want. Nah. Okay, I got to retype that. It'll be quick. I accidentally hit add option twice, and that messed it up. Oh, evolutionary capitalism, utilitarianism is here. I went over the whole chat. I don't know if you saw that, evolutionary. I talked a lot about our the last live stream when you were participating a lot in the chat. Um, I recommend hearing that you hear that. Um, well, I'm gonna try this. So for anyone who is just joining, the I don't know, the first hour or so, I was mostly going over the last live stream, the chat. Oh, you say you just came in. Okay. Yeah, I talked a lot about the last live stream in the first hour of this live stream, and I was getting kind of frustrated with how the last live stream chat was going. Um, for reasons you can hear me elaborate on if you re-listen or if you listen to the first hour or so. I don't know exactly how long it was of this live stream. Um, maybe I'll say a little bit more now that you're here. But I want to do this chat, this poll right now. So let me try that again. Okay, start a poll. Do you think you will listen to one of my future live streams? Yes, no, maybe. Okay, start poll. Okay, I just did the new question, the new poll. One vote, two votes, three votes. So far, they're all for yes. Anyone else want to vote? All right, I'll give it a minute. I guess while I'll leave that up for four votes, still 100%. Okay, I'm not going to end the poll yet. I'll leave it up for a bit. So evolutionary, what was I going to say? Oh yeah, there was you made a comment about how self-interest is doing whatever you want, and that was you attributed that view to me, but I don't think I actually said that. Or if I did, I want to see some evidence of it. So I thought maybe to make it maybe it'd be good if you would tell me where you think I said that. So if you think I said that in that conversation we had that's on your channel from many months ago, if you think I said it in there, I would like you to tell me, like, give me a timestamp of where you think I said that, because I don't recall saying that. And I would like to see some evidence if that's what your claim is about what I said about self-interest. So I thought maybe that would be a good next step in our discussion if you want to continue the discussion, which I'm happy to do if it's civil and respectful. And I elaborate on that at length earlier in this live stream. So you say here, I have an argument against egoism. It doesn't make any sense predicating morality on one's own transient life. If Rand derived her morality from the goal of existence, just came in. Okay. I'd have to rewatch, you say. Yeah, I think maybe it's best if we first deal with this issue because I want to make sure that my view is being characterized accurately. Um, and before we go on to talk about a bunch of things, I mean, I guess this is related to what you're talking about now, um, maybe. But anyways, um, RW says no need to see evidence, right? Just set the record straight. Uh, no, I want to see evidence. Like, I mean, if I said something, like if I actually said that, yeah, you asked here, do you have a definition of self-interest? Yeah, you were kind of going back to the same conversation as before. I don't want to go down this road right now. Maybe later, but right now, um, you made a claim about what I said. Here, I'll put it on stream like I did before. Um, yeah, here's. Oh, actually, I think I can get to it quicker. Here we go. I found the window. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I need. All right, let me share this screen. Share. All right. So this is what I'm talking about. So we're having our chat last time, which I pasted into a comment. This is the comment where I pasted it in. So you can see that's where it starts. And down here, I guess I had mentioned that we had a previous discussion many months ago, and then you say, yes, back then you said self-interest is whatever the person wants. Now, I don't believe I said that. So if you're going to claim that I said that, I want you to give me some evidence. So, like, maybe I want you to go back to that video, find the timestamp, tell me where I said that, because I don't believe I said that. And I don't really want to engage with you if you're misrepresenting my viewpoint. Um, so I want you to tell me where I said that. And then maybe we can talk about other things. Another comment I made is these chats are coming in very quick succession. So you can see 121, 121, 122, 122, 123, 123. It's kind of a rapid fire and it's hard to keep up with. And it's a bit disorienting. So I like the chats to be fewer and like condensed, slow it down a bit. And then maybe we can have a more productive discussion. I was getting kind of irritated last time. And I say all this earlier in the stream, but since you're here now, I'm just repeating some of this. But I thought before we go any further, let's just address this. Show me where I said that. And then if we can resolve this issue, then maybe we can talk about other things. Okay, I'm going to end this poll now. Let's see if there is oh, 5 votes. They're all yes. Okay, nice. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, everyone. That you think you will listen to one of my future live streams. Evolutionary says I'd have to rewatch the video. I think it was during the hypotheticals. You were saying whatever the actor felt was good for him was ethical. I'm really doubtful I said that, or at least that I put it like that. Um, no, I'm not going to start over. You say just define what selfish just is, and then let's start over. No, I gave you a definition last time. I said selfishness. Ayn Rand defines that in the Intro to Virtue of Selfishness as concern with one's own interest. But I think maybe you weren't happy with that, and you said it was subjective, or you made some other criticism of it, and uh, I just didn't like the way that discussion was going. And I give much more elaboration on why I didn't like the way the discussion was going. So there's certain ways I want it to change the way that the discussion goes in order to continue. And if you want to see what those ways are, the first thing to do is go back and listen to it. So you can do that now if you want. You can do that later if you want, but I don't think I want to continue discussing right now with you until you've heard that earlier part of today's chat and also address this issue of what you claim about my viewpoint that I said it was what was it? Self-interest is whatever the person wants. I want to see some evidence of that. Or you can retract it. If you think you made a mistake, you can say, sorry, I misrepresented your view. Or you can prove to me, no, I actually said it. And then I want to see a timestamp. And then once we resolve this issue, then we can talk about some other issues. But I think it's a problem sometimes in discussions when people they just go from one issue to another issue and they jump all around, all they're going all over the place, and then in the end nothing is accomplished. Um, and I think maybe I was uh, falling into that mistake last time somewhat. There was all these chats coming in rapid fire, going on various different topics, and I thought afterwards I was thinking maybe it's best just to like drill in on one claim and make sure we're on the same page about that. And if we can resolve that, then we can go on discuss other things. But I don't want to let this slip. This was part of what was annoying me last time, is I thought my view wasn't being accurately portrayed. And this had come up in Facebook DMs also with you long ago. So it's come up multiple times, but you're still attributing this to me, and I don't believe it. So um, I was kind of irritated by that. So I want to address and try to resolve this before we move on to other things. All right, I can stop sharing this. I forgot I was sharing that screen now. Sure. Stop. Mm. All right. You say you'll find it by next stream. Okay, cool. I hope to see what it is. But thanks for coming back. I appreciate the interest. All right. So now I've done a poll. I've done three polls, and I tried the one adding options. So let me now try the one that says Q&A. I want to see what that one is like. By the way, if you like the stream, I'd appreciate it if you give it a like. Subscribe if you're not subscribed. I'd appreciate that too. Okay, so this one, I guess it doesn't come with preset options of yes and no. It just allows me to ask a question without giving any preset options. So let me, what should I ask here? You can make you can make suggestions in the comments yourself if there's anything you're interested in knowing about. Maybe I'll put it in one of these Q&A boxes. Okay. How about okay, I'll do this one. What country are you in? If you want to answer. Of course, you don't have to answer this, but and some of you have already told me, but I'm just doing an experiment here. So if you don't mind answering again, I'd appreciate it. Uh, what country are you in? All right, start Q&A. All right, this one shows up a little differently, but I think it's still readable. Looks a little messed up, the formatting. Maybe if I resize it, it'll look better. Actually, I want to see what it looks like on my phone too. I don't, it doesn't show up on my phone. Why is that? It shows up on my laptop. Dutzy says, I get a prompt to ask you a question. Oh, oh, so that's for, I guess it works differently than I thought it was. I guess polls are if I want to ask my audience a question, but if I want my audience to ask me a question, then I use the Q&A box. Maybe that's what that is. Well, okay, Dutzy, if you want to fill out this prompt and give it an answer, I'm curious what would happen. Does anyone want to? Maybe it'll spit up a question on my end. I'm curious to see what happens if anyone wants to try that. Thanks for the subscribe, by the way. I see the subscribers. It went down one earlier. I don't know, like maybe half an hour ago or something, and then it just went back up one. So it's it went down to 863 and then it went back up to 864. So I think that's where it was when I started the stream. But thanks for whoever subscribed. Appreciate it. Or resubscribed. Maybe some people unsubscribe and then unsubscribe and then resubscribe. Let's okay. I don't see any interaction on this Q&A thing I tried, so I'm not sure if I'm looking in the wrong place or what, but doesn't seem to be working. Oh, Dutzy says I clicked on ask something. I clicked on it and wrote Belgium, but I can't see where my text went. It seems to have disappeared. Oh, oh, maybe I have to hit end Q&A for answers to appear because I see. Yeah, let me try that, and then maybe your answer will appear on my end. Oh, I just did that, and it says this will remove all questions in the question lists. Confirm. Okay, I'm gonna hit confirm. I don't know what that. Okay. I guess I can research that later and figure out how to use that Q&A feature. So maybe for now, I'll just use polls. Maybe it landed in your YouTube studio inbox. I'll take a look in where's my email? Okay, I don't see anything there. Maybe in my YouTube studio. That's a slightly different spot. I gotta, I'm looking at the analytics now. Maybe I'll hold this on the screen, see if it shows up for you. It shows the viewers that have come by. So here's my phone. So you can see that, see how it's there's four large bars. It's kind of splotchy because of the virtual background I'm using, but you can see 113 views total in the last 48 hours. That's what it is. But most of those views are the ones that have come in during the 4 hours of this live stream. So I've started at, what did I start? 1 p.m. So 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m. And I guess the 5th p.m., 5 p.m. hour has just started. So you see a little bit of viewership coming over there on the far right, I guess. So you can see how there's a big spike whenever I do a live stream. There's a big spike in number of viewers for straightforward reasons. And there's some of the other videos, the last like 72 views in the last 48 hours on oh, I guess that's this video. But it doesn't calculate everything instantaneously. So there's a little behind the scenes look for you. Um, I guess I could also share my screen to so I could show you my laptop version. But it was easier just to show you on my phone. Um, I just gotta. Oh, that's thought I had an email that might contain the results of that Q&A, but no, that was something else. Tarzan. Why is my algorithm recommending this? I don't know, Tarzan. Do you have an interest in philosophy, debate, Ayn Rand's, anything sort of related to that? Evolutionary says, I listened to some of the video. I think it was around the 41-minute mark where we were talking about happiness was predicated on whatever goals you desired, implying that egoism is based on your desires. Okay, I want an exact timestamp, something I can just uh that's not going to take me time to like look around and hunt for it. So, give me an exact like hour, minute, second mark, and then I'll just go straight to that point and listen. That's what I need. 41 minutes exactly. Okay. I guess I could do that now. And how long does it go for? Is it like, will I hear it in the first 10 seconds or something? Or do I need to listen to a minute of it? Or how much? I'm trying to find I just clicked on the video. 41. I guess I could also open the transcript. That would be a way to see it. I'm listening to it right now. About 1 to 2 minutes. All right, I'm gonna listen to it right now. Maybe I'll play it. Maybe I'll share the sound and play it. But I'll just listen to it myself first. Actually, I don't want to make. Maybe I'll just share it right now. I don't want to make people wait too long while I'm listening to this privately. I don't really see much reason I need to listen to it privately first. So I'm just going to share this screen and hopefully sound also. Hopefully that'll work. And then you can hear the segment of the conversation. Let me back it up a little bit. All right. So for anyone who hasn't is just joining, you don't have the background. I had a conversation with Evolutionary Capitalism-Utilitarianism, who's in the chat now, many months ago, and he said that I said something about self-interest, that it means doing whatever you want to, or something like that. And this is the spot where he says that I said that. So I'm going to listen to that and see what I think about it. See if I actually said that or what. Okay. Share. In the video, he titled it "The Subjectivity of Objectivism: A Conversation with Dan Norton." Okay, share sound. Clicked on that, so hopefully you will be able to hear this. Okay. And let me turn the volume up as much as I can. All right. So you said, what, play it for a couple minutes? I think that's what you said. About 1 to 2 minutes. Okay. All right, let's listen to 1 to 2 minutes. Actually, I put it a little before 41 minutes just to get a little more background.
Can, build it up again.
Yeah, I mean, is my happiness maximized for my whole life or just that 1 second or 1 hour or 1 year?
No, you can either choose. You're about to die, right?
So,
You're mortal. You're at the limit of your natural lifespan.
so I guess he's proposing a kind of thought experiment, which I'm considering, and I guess that's the context. Maybe I'll rewind it more later, but let me just keep going for now.
But this machine is there
Yeah.
as an option now. So your only two choices are not to hook it up to it or hook up to it.
Yeah.
At this point, you're about to die. Like once you make your decision,
Now I'm thinking,
unless
do
you
I have any kids that I care about and
that
who I would
by
want to
strict
have, like who it
egoism.
would make me feel good? But it can make me feel good if other people's lives go well, if these people matter to me.
Yeah,
So egoism doesn't mean you don't care about others and you're just indifferent to their interests.
that is
Relationships are very
you.
important
I
to
thought
an
you just
egoist.
said like if anything conflicts with your interests, right? And this machine will
Yeah,
fool
but they
you.
matter. Other people are part of my interests. So my friends, my loved ones, if things go badly for them, then it affects me. It makes me feel bad if their life is not going well because they matter to me. They're my egoistic. values, part of my life.
It like so it so in other words, it doesn't matter. Like if you look at it objectively, evolution, the natural selection force, the evolutionary selection force will choose the one more in line with its ethic. You This is undeniable, right? There's a preference every time evolution selects. In order to select, it must have a preference, and you can deduce these preferences. Like evolutionary game theory has already partially solved morality, right? It can predict in a certain environment what you can expect to see. It can describe what evolution is selecting for in a certain environment. Now, what my ethic will do is extend evolutionary game theory back to economics, incorporate what's called general evolution, right? Which is an evolutionary force that extends beyond the biosphere. And once you do this, you can now look at any environment as its own being. Like you're not restricted by analyzing evolutionary selection forces on biology. You're also looking at how each biological being and non-biological being combine with each other to form another being, like an environment or an ecosystem, and how that's evolutionarily stable over time.
Okay, so
And
I just want to highlight for anyone listening to this, in case there's any confusion. So you have a very broad conception of evolution. It's not just the Darwinian idea that speed. All right, so I did not hear anything in that that suggests to me that I was saying that self-interest means doing whatever you want. So I still I don't see how you're getting that from this. I mean, we could look at the transcript. If I click on this, show transcript, we can go. It's a good way to find parts in a large video, by the way. If anyone isn't familiar with this, you can just do a find on it. Maybe it'll take a while for it to load. Usually it doesn't take this long, but I'm also usually not doing a live stream at the same time, so maybe that's slowing it down. Anyways, yeah, I don't see anything in that that suggests my view is that self-interest means doing whatever you want to. So I still don't see that as an accurate representation of my view. I'm going to stop the screen share now. Come back to the uh, chat. Okay, look, you're talking about children, I see. But let's not let's not go to another topic. First, I want to resolve this issue. Like, do you still think that I said that being self-interested means doing whatever you feel like? Is that still your view? Townie TV says, "Hi Dan, how are you? Tony here." Hi, Townie TV. You're new here, I guess. I don't think I've seen you here before. Now you go to your channel, see if it rings any bells for me. Oh, okay. I now I recognize. Okay. Um yeah, I think it's probably better if we hold on a second. Yeah, I think I know who that is, but I don't want to interact with that person in this chat. So you can contact me privately. I'm not trying to be rude or offensive uh, by blocking. I'm not blocking this person because I think he's a troll or rude or anything like that. It's just uh, if you're a private person or someone who I know from my life, I might not necessarily want to engage with you publicly in this forum. Um, Maybe another time. So, if you want to engage with me, you can contact me privately if you want to. I don't guarantee a response, um, but I don't want to engage on this forum right now. So, um, no ill will, no bad feeling because I'm doing this. I'm not blocking you because you're a troll or anything. It's just that there are certain people or individuals which I might not want to engage with on this platform. So I'll just leave it there. But hello, and uh, I'll go back to the chat now. All right. So um, where was I? Let me do. I got to do something, some administrative thing here behind the scene. Uh, Actually, I'm going to got to open a different tab here. Got 8 people watching. Thanks for being here. Thanks for coming by. All right, so looks like Evolutionary is the last person who was in the chat. Um, and so I played that clip, but I don't see anything in that clip that suggests that I think self-interest means doing whatever you want to do. So, what do you think about that, Evolutionary? Do you still think that that's my view, or do you have a different view now, or what? You say I was trying to create a hypothetical where I pitted your life versus the interests of other people. Maybe you're gonna continue typing there. I'm just looking at something behind the scenes here. I see another chat came in from Evolutionary. Okay, so he says, I think this is a clear although extreme case where egoism doesn't hold. And you brought up your kids, or if you have kids. Okay, I don't see how this ties to the issue of whether I think self-interest means doing whatever you want. I mean, what would be ideal, I think, for to establish this, like that's my view, is if I had said during that clip, if I had said, I think being self-interested means doing whatever you want, that would be great evidence. But I didn't say that. I don't remember saying that. Uh, as for kids, I think it might or might not be in your interest to have kids. If you love kids, if you get a lot of enjoyment from them, then it could be rational, it could be self-interested to have kids. Um, but you have to think about it for it to actually be self-interested. Like if you just have kids on a whim without thinking about it, like just because your family is pressuring you into having kids, or you think there are societal expectations about having kids, um, and you kind of unthinkingly just get someone pregnant because you're caught up in the moment. Maybe it doesn't even have anything to do with societal pressure. Maybe it's just you're having sex and you're not being responsible about it. You're caught up in the moment, and you're you feel very strong desire, and this desire leads to a pregnancy. That could be a very irrational thing to do, to not have some kind of contraception if you don't really intend on having a kid. That could be an irrational, very unself-interested thing to do. Because and a kid is a big deal, right? If you have a kid, that's an 18-year responsibility. So it's not something to be taken on lightly. You have to think about it rationally for it to be rational, for it to be self-interested, for you to actually have a kid. Um, so it shouldn't be a whimsical decision, a whim-driven sort of decision, which I think is what is suggested when you say self-interest is just doing whatever you want or doing whatever you feel like. I mean, if the idea there is that you're not thinking about it rationally and how it integrates into your life, then no, that's not self-interested. It's totally opposed to self-interest. All right, I see some more chats coming in here from Evolutionary. Which I'm reading. Okay, you say you're talking about a point where it's your life or your kids. You're unproductive and old, and you have to choose between extending your life or the rest of humanity. Whether or not your kids are part of the population doesn't seem relevant to egoist analysis. I'm trying to determine if self-interest refers to one's own bodily interests or their subjective happiness. Okay, I'm trying to process this. So the situation is you're unproductive and old, and you have to choose, and you have kids, and you have to choose between extending your life or the rest of humanity. Uh, and then you say, I'm trying to determine if self-interest refers to one's own bodily interest or their subjective happiness. I remember you mentioned bodily before, and I wasn't sure where that was coming from in the last live stream. Well, I can say that uh, what matters on an egoist philosophy is yourself as a whole being. It's not just your body as opposed to your mind. Like it's good to be physically healthy, but also mentally healthy. So it's not just about body or just about mind. It's about both. You could be in very good physical health, but you might feel suicidal. So you might have big mental problems, even if physically you're in very good condition, but you're not in a good state overall if you're feeling suicidal, right? So it's not just about bodily interest. It's about your overall well-being as an individual organism, including both mental and physical aspects. And by interest, you mean existence. So if I think sacrificing myself for society makes me happy, should I pursue that? I'm not sure that's coherent. That sacrificing yourself for society makes you happy. I mean, if something makes you happy, I don't think it is a sacrifice. I mean, if I think something is going to make me happy and then I do it, that's an act of self-interest. So I wouldn't use the term sacrifice if I'm doing something that makes me happy. Now, I think maybe usually often when they talk about uh, sacrificing for society, what they have in mind is not something that's going to make them happy. Like maybe paying taxes is an example. Like maybe you think it's a sacrifice to pay taxes. Maybe I would say it's a sacrifice for me to pay taxes to support society. Now I pay taxes, but I do it so I don't go to jail, right? So it's a self-interested reason. It's not because I think it's good, like that I think a society is good if it taxes people and I'm on board with that kind of society. And that's why I'm okay with paying taxes. It's no, I think it's an unjust institution that we have taxation. And the reason I do it is because the alternative is worse. I don't want to spend my life in jail. Um, and it's most conducive to my happiness to not be in jail. No, I did not watch Independence Day. Um, where you say The Randy Quaid character runs a kamikaze mission to save the Earth. So I think risking one's own life might be a self-interested thing to do. Ayn Rand discusses this in The Ethics of Emergencies, that article. And this goes back to the lifeboat case, or it's a version of a lifeboat case. So lifeboat cases came up in the last stream, but we didn't talk about this particular kind that I'm about to talk about, which is where, so the last stream I was saying how it might be appropriate to kill someone else who is fighting you for a lifeboat if the lifeboat can only hold one person and it's you and someone else who's fighting over it. It might be self-interested for you to kill that other person so that you can live. Um, but that doesn't mean that in a normal non-emergency scenario that it's appropriate to just go around killing people. There are some cases, emergency cases, where it might be appropriate, but that doesn't mean we can extrapolate to normal existence. And um, now, another type of emergency case would be where, let's say, it's you and your wife, you and your spouse, and there's one lifeboat available and it can only hold one person. Now, is it better to kill your wife so you can have the lifeboat, or is it better to just let her have the lifeboat and then you drown? Um, well, I think maybe it depends on the dynamics of the relationship between the two people. I don't want to say the same decision necessarily holds for everyone or every couple, but it might be that it's in your interest to let your wife have the lifeboat and then you drown. Because why? Your life just would be miserable without her. And you don't want to just spend the rest of your life miserable, wishing you had your wife with you and being sad all of the time. So you just say, it's actually in my interest to just die now rather than to live in misery for the rest of my life without her. Just like, I mean, another sort of case um, where you might prefer death rather than continued living is a cancer patient, right? Like a cancer patient who's got a very painful uh, illness, and he could spend months, maybe many months, he could be kept alive. Um, or he could just uh, pull the plug or have the plug pulled, maybe assisted suicide, and he could just end his life now. And it might very well be in his self-interest to just end his life now rather than continue existing in pain for many more months. That might just seem like a pointless kind of existence. Why just endure months and months of pain if there's no prospect of improvement at the end of it? Maybe better just to die now. And likewise, with the husband who gives up his spot on the lifeboat so his wife can live, maybe it's more in his self-interest to just die now rather than endure many years of misery without his wife. So now this Randy Quaid character, I don't know what the deal is with him. I haven't seen the movie, but maybe if you fill in the details of the case, he would be worse off living if he doesn't engage in this kamikaze mission to save the Earth. In which case, if he is worth off, if maybe it would be a life not worth living. Maybe it's self-interested for him to just do the kamikaze mission and end his own life. Maybe he has children he doesn't want to live without, and he wants them to be able to live. He'd be miserable, unhappy without them. Or maybe that's not the case. Maybe it was he would be better off not doing the kamikaze mission. I just don't know. But um, the more basic point is just we can't take it for granted that just because someone chooses to end his life that it's not a self-interested kind of action. It still might be self-interested. All right, so coming back to the chat. Thanks for the likes. See, it's gone up a little bit. And thanks for being here. I have been going on for 3 hours and 45 minutes now, right? Or no, 4 hours and 45 minutes. Yeah, because I started at 1 Pacific. So this is much longer than my previous live stream. Uh, and it's just so far the latest chats have just been from Evolutionary, but anyone else who's watching, feel free to participate as well. And I'll try to spread the time around some between different participants. Let's see, doesn't look like anyone has called in, but that's okay. I can just engage with the chat. Actually, I just thought of a question I'm kind of curious about. Maybe I'll put a poll up, like, how long have you been here? Have you been here for more than 1 hour, more than 2 hours, more than 3 hours? I wonder if anyone has been here the entire time. I don't know if I've ever watched the stream this long. Probably not once. That's I doubt that. Um, but maybe I could put up a yeah, I'm gonna try to actually I'm gonna try to do another poll in the chat here. Uh, I'll try it from a different window. Start poll. Okay, so here's the question. Have you been watching for more than, I'll say 2 hours? Have you been watching for more than 2 hours? Yes, no, and I'll add an option for I'm not sure because um because you might not be sure. I'm guessing you're not timing it with a stopwatch. Have you been watching the stream for more than 2 hours? Now, it's not going to tell me who answers what. So if you're worried about revealing how long you've been watching this, you don't have to worry about that because all it does is show me the results of how many yeses, how many no's, how many I'm not sure's. It doesn't tell me who has been watching how long. So um, it's anonymous. I don't see any way for me to find that out, at least now. But okay, I just I just put that question in the chat. Okay. Got one vote for no. Some people might just be listening to audio. Maybe their phone is in their pocket or something, so they don't want to get it out. And oh, I got one yes. So now it's 50-50. Oh, I got another yes. So two yes votes, one no vote. Maybe evolutionary is a no votes because I think he joined less than an hour ago. But he does not have to confirm or disconfirm that. Okay. Says there's 5 concurrent viewers now, and I'm one of them, I guess. So maybe there's only one person who didn't vote on this one who's currently listening, not including me. I don't think I can vote. I don't see a way for me to vote here. Well, thanks for all that listening. Uh, Been doing more than 2 hours. I wonder if like now I'm wondering and th I mean thanks for any amount of listening, even if you're only here for a few minutes. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. I'm curious like what you all do, like if you're doing something else, like are you multitasking now? Are you at work and like some jobs, like if you're an Uber driver, or maybe not Uber driver, or like if you deliver food, like you drive for DoorDash or Uber Eats or Grubhub, I guess you could just listen to podcasts. Or maybe if you do manual labor at a construction site, you could listen to stuff while you're working. Other kinds of jobs, or like if you're going to the gym, you could listen while you're at the gym. So I wonder if everyone is doing something else simultaneously, or are you just 100% focused on listening to this live stream? Maybe I'll ask that. Okay, I'm going to end this poll, and maybe that'll be my next question. And then I'll come back to the chat. Maybe I'll engage more there with some of Evolutionary's latest chats. Um, so here's the next poll. Are you multitasking now? I.e., doing something else while you're listening to the live stream. Oh, I had to. There. Now it's in the chat. Okay, got one yes. Just one vote so far. All right. Well, I'll give it a couple minutes and let me come back to see what new chats have come in. How do you measure self-interest? Is it subjective or objective? By subjective, I mean dependent on the actor's mind. Okay, so those are the chats from Evolutionary. I talked a little about that before you came on, about the meaning of subjective. So, uh, I think in the context of ethical discussion, when you say something is subjective, I think at least part of what that means is it's not based on facts. So you just have some arbitrary preference for something. I think that's another aspect of how it's thought of. There's an arbitrariness to it, which I think is kind of a way of saying it's divorced from facts. It's just an opinion. Like if you say honesty is good, if you say that statement, honesty is good, is subjective, I think often the way that's understood is it's just an opinion. You can't really prove that. It's not really a factual issue. There's no facts you can point to that would establish that honesty is good. You just happen to believe it. You don't have really a good reason to believe it. Um, and if that's how you're understanding subjective, then I don't think ethics is subjective. I think there are facts you can point to. that can validate or prove a claim like honesty is good or rationality is good. And Ayn Rand discusses this in her article, The Objectivist Ethics. Where does the idea of good come from, or value? Where does the idea of value come from? She says that's where we have to start in ethical thinking. We can't start by asking what is the right code of values, and just take for granted there are these. There's egoism, there's altruism, there's utilitarianism, there's deontology. There's these different theories of value, and we just select between them, rather than starting ethics there. She says first we have to ask what is a value. Where does this idea of a value come from? And once we answer that question, then we'll be in a better position to decide which of these various ethical theories makes the most sense. Um, and she argues that values derive from the fact of life and the fact that living organisms face an alternative of existence or non-existence. And to keep themselves in existence, they have to pursue things. They have to go after things. They have to act to gain or keep things. And that's how she characterizes a value. That's which we act to gain and or keep. Inanimate things, they don't have they don't face this alternative of life or death, existence or non-existence. So they have no reason to pursue things. She gives a thought experiment of a immortal robots and argues that there's no reason for the robot to do anything because it has nothing at stake in its actions. Um, maybe I could read that passage from the Objectivist Ethics. Uh, RW is back. He says, do rational people's interests conflict? Looks like he might be starting a separate topic there. Uh, okay. I think I need another break here. Uh, as I see more people are joining, it looks like one or two people have just joined. So, um, if you want to stick around, I'll keep the stream going, but I need a few minutes to break again, and then we can continue. So I'm just going to turn off my mic and camera for a few minutes, and then we can continue. Thanks for coming by, and thanks for any likes on the stream. I am back. Got a little snack break there. I see some chats from RW. Oh, I think I forgot to end that poll that I started. Where was that? Um, yeah, are you multitasking now? So I got 3 votes on that. Two said yes, one said no. Oh, wow. So there's one person that just got his full attention on the stream. Wow. Thanks. Sometimes I do that. All right, I'm going to end this poll now. Thanks for participating in that poll. Yeah. Today is like 2 streams in one in terms of the length, given how long I usually go. Do rational people's interests conflict? Asks RW. Well, she says no. She has an article. What is it called? Do rational men's interests conflict? I think that's the title. Maybe I could talk some more about that. Insofar as I understand it, I don't know that I have a great understanding of that point. But I guess one example is two people competing for a job. Like if one gets the job, is that at the expense of the other? Um, and what to say about that? Well, I mean, I think it's a good system that people do compete. So what is the alternative to that? That you have uh, someone other than the business owner who's hiring decide who the business should hire? Do you want a society like that, like where the government decides, maybe it regulates who should be hired? Maybe it has DEI or affirmative action policies. Maybe the government has that and it tries to impose these on businesses. Um, is that the society you want? Or do you want a society where the business owners, the people who started the business, get to decide who's best to hire? So, uh, I think that if what's in your interest is that there is a society of freedom, and that includes the society that includes the point that business owners have rights to decide how their property is used, and that could include who they hire, who they employ. Um, so if someone outcompetes you for a job, then maybe at a micro or surface level, there's some kind of conflict, but I think at least on a broader way of looking at it, it makes sense to be in favor of a system where employers, business owners have the freedom to decide who is hired. Without freedom, you have, well, that's immoral, and I think it violates people's rights. It causes stagnation, retrogression. So it's in everyone's interest that there is a competitive system. And it's because of free market competition that we get innovation like we're using right now, Zoom technology, right? That was developed in a free market. I guess there were other products before it, like Skype, that it competed with. Um, so maybe if you consider it from a larger context, then you can see how um, your self-interest is not being hurt just because you might lose out on one particular business opportunity. There are other opportunities you could get. Likewise with romance, I think that's another example Ayn Rand gives in her article. The conflicts are there conflicts of interest between men? Like if two men are competing for the same woman, um, because if the woman is going to be miserable with you, well, she's not going to make a very good partner for you. So would you really want her to be with you rather than someone else? Uh, or within you just both be miserable because she doesn't have the guy that she really likes, and you're now with a unhappy woman because she's not with that guy. Maybe because you murdered him, or to take a very extreme example. I mean, there are cases where people commit murder out of jealousy, but I don't think you're going to be happy with that woman. Uh, so she's not going to be happy. You're not going to be happy. But hopefully, if you're not right for somebody else, you can find somebody else. And there are billions of people. So, all right. So there's a few thoughts on conflicts of interest. So if you're rational about it, the question is, do rational people's interests conflict? And I guess I don't know if Rand would say never in any context. This is why I said before, I'm not sure I have a great understanding of her article, but at least in many cases that are brought up, like the two I mentioned, the business case and the romance case, I think she would say no. If you think about the full context of what's happening, you actually wouldn't be better off if you got the job, or if you got the woman. Uh, it'd be better to look for an alternative job or an alternative woman. That's what would really be in your rational self-interest. Okay, and then there's some more chats from RW. Ayn Rand firmly rejected lifeboat scenarios as a legitimate way to evaluate or define moral principles. She believed morality should be based on the conditions of normal life, not on contrived emergencies. Sorry, I forgot I was 25 minutes behind. Oh, those comments were meant for the evolutionary guy. By the way, those lifeboat comments I just posted are from ChatGPT. I don't mean to take any credit for them. Um, you think evolutionary was trying to get you into a scenario where self-interests conflict? Okay. All right. That catches me up on the chat. And looks like the chat is slowing down some. So, and I've been going on for a long time. So I think this is a good place to end the stream for today. But thanks everyone for coming by. And uh, it might be a while longer than usual till I do my next stream because I'm going to do some traveling soon. So I don't know if it's maybe a couple weeks. Uh, unless I guess I could decide to stream while I'm traveling, but I don't know if I'll do that. But in any case, maybe it's good that we had a longer than usual stream if people want more content to last them uh, while I'm away. But anyways, thanks again for the likes, the subscribes, the participation, the shares, and have a good rest of your day. All right. Bye, everyone.